All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. This is going to be episode 130 of Tech Thursdays. I can't believe we've been doing it for this long, but yeah, 130 episodes, starting with this one. So this time, we're going to be talking about USB4 version 2, aka Thunderbolt 5, as the Lenovo B-roll above me is showing here. So Thunderbolt 5 is actually out on the market now. USB 4 version 2 is starting to roll out, but it's really, really slow, similar to USB 4 version 1. We're going to talk about the differences, what that means, what to expect if you're upgrading your computer, specifically next year and beyond, because what's available now is kind of the early days of this new technology. We're also going to talk about Framework and what Framework is doing, because if you're not aware, Framework is a new startup company that's been out for a few years now, trying to reshape the mobile PC space with upgradable laptops, and now they're kind of expanding out slowly. And I really wish I would have covered Framework more in depth in the past, because I really like what they're doing. So we're going to talk about them later on in the stream specifically, because if you're in the market for a new laptop, I think Framework is definitely worth considering, especially if you're looking to build a Linux PC or a Linux machine, because I think Framework has some very compelling options for the Linux community. We're also going to talk about NVIDIA's DGX Spark, which launched literally yesterday for a small price of $4,000, and what that means for the AI people or people who are wanting to get into AI, because I think that is at least from NVIDIA's point of view, that is an enabler to really get everyone into AI. Although I don't know if $4,000 is a good starting point for AI. I think you can go much lower. So we'll talk about that, and that's kind of what I have planned for this episode. So with that being said, let's see, how's everybody doing? This stream is going to either be really long or really short. Yeah. So this one, I don't think this one's going to be super long, but I don't think it's going to be a short one unless we really burst down all the stuff that I wanted to talk about. But most of what I want to talk about is really the standards surrounding USB, because I know it's very confusing. We've discussed USB in the past. So let's go ahead and get this here. Let's go into Paint. So USB, really what you need to know if you're wanting to understand the USB landscape, really there's only two things that really matter. USB 4 and USB 4 version 2. Those are the ones that you should try to understand. I know people are probably going to be like, well, what about USB 3? What about USB 1, 2? All those. So USB 1 has been around forever. USB 2 has been around forever. USB 3 is the blue USB port, if you remember the blue USB type A port, and that also expands into USB-C. USB-C, if I'm not mistaken, was a standard, a cable standard, an interface standard that came out in, I want to say 2014, so it's a little more than 10 years old now. I'm trying to see if I have a USB-C cable here on the desk. Yeah, I've got one here. This is the PlayStation 5 charger cable. So USB-C has been around since 2014. A lot of peripherals, namely smartphones, laptops, chargers for smartphones and laptops, that sort of thing, they have used USB-C for a long time now. USB-C is typically USB 3 standard, so it's either going to be USB 3, you might hear USB 3.1, USB 3.2, and then USB 3.2 Gen 1. I guess we'll talk about USB 3 briefly. But USB 3, 3.0, well, we'll just say USB 3.0, aka the blue USB port. So if you have looked at USB ports, so Type A ports, you might remember that they're blue. The little thing inside the port is blue colored. So USB 3.0 is the blue USB Type A. port. And then you have USB 3.1, USB 3.2, and then within this, you have USB 3.2 Gen 1, which is basically, if I'm not mistaken, equal to USB 3.1. Then you have USB 3.2 Gen 2, which is equal to 10 gigabit per second USB-C. And then you have USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 equals 20 gigabit USB-C. So these are all kind of, I want to group these together as their own category. We'll just put them over here to the side. Those are the older ones. These are the ones that typical devices, typical PCs, laptops, phones, etc., they all will usually work with these standards in the USB-C or USB Type-A form factor. Oh, red. So Francisco's mentioning the red USB. So red USB, we'll say, equals the red USB Type-A. So if you have a red USB on your motherboard, that is a 10 gigabit USB Type-A. So it's a 10 gigabit Type-A, which is equivalent to a 10 gigabit USB-C. Most USB-C are 10 gigabits. So it's interesting because I think I saw a comment on one of my videos about one of the motherboards. Someone was saying that they need the blue USB port because they need to plug their whatever device it was into a USB 3 port because they needed more speed. And then someone replied to that comment saying, what about the red USB? And then I don't remember what the response was after that. But the red USB is faster than the blue USB. Just keep that in mind. Now, oftentimes with laptops these days, they don't actually color code the USB ports anymore. They're just standard black USB Type-A, when in reality, they're either a 5 gigabit or a 10 gigabit USB. So I guess I should have clarified further. The blue USB this is equal to the blue USB Type-A, which is equal to 5 gigabit USB-C. So those are all the different, they're all kind of interrelated. They're all kind of the same thing. Now, these are all considered USB 3 because they've been around for a very long time. This is all USB standard. USB 4 is very different from USB 3, like significantly different in a lot of good ways. A lot of good ways. He could not use the red USB because it was audio, and he said the blue USB gave a cleaner signal. Well, see, what he needed to do, he needed to look in the motherboard manual and figure out which USB port, if any of them, are wired directly to the CPU. Because some USB ports, and they're typically going to be red USB ports, go directly to the CPU. Others go to the chipset. So the one that would produce the cleanest signal is the one that goes straight to the CPU. But the way you would tell is by looking in the manual. Maybe that blue USB went straight to the CPU. Now, this is true for AMD platforms. Intel platforms typically never run, unless we're talking about a mobile platform. But if we're talking about an Intel desktop, Intel typically never connects USB 3 or Gen 3 by 2 or 2 by 2 or 2 by 1, whatever. Intel, in general, does not connect USB ports directly to the CPU's SoC. AMD, on the other hand, does do that. They have a history of that. We've kind of shown that when we were looking at motherboards last year. But Intel primarily runs every USB port on the motherboard directly through the chipset and not the SoC. AMD is a mixed bag. Some USB ports go directly to the AMD socket. Others go to the chipset. So you have to look at the manual to determine which ones. Usually, it depends on the block diagram. ASRock and MSI are really good at documenting which USB ports go to the CPU versus which ones go to the SoC or the chipset. Asus usually does not reveal their block diagram, so Asus you have no idea of really knowing. Although some very expensive Asus motherboards, like the Threadripper motherboards, for example, they have started, and this is very good that Asus is doing this, so it looks like Asus is actually learning. they are starting to show their block diagrams in some of their very expensive high-end motherboards, but not all of them. And then Gigabyte typically does not reveal that information on their block diagrams, so, but you have to go read the manual to find that out. So that's typically how I would go about doing that if I was going to plug in a sound card or some kind of audio DAC or whatever needs to be connected to USB. USB 4 is the complete opposite of USB 3. USB 4 does a lot of things that are not possible with USB 3. And that is the reason why USB 4, in my opinion, is a really big deal. And if I was buying a new motherboard for a new computer build in 2025, or if I was going to buy a laptop, USB 4 is a mandatory feature. So last year, if you guys remember, AMD launched a new revision to their AM5 motherboards in the form of X870E, X870, and B850. And one of the things that they mandated for X870 and above was mandatory USB 4, and it is very good that AMD did that because USB 4 enables, it's basically a gateway into a lot of different functionality that you just straight up cannot do with old school USB 3 and all the other versions of USB 3. So one of the things that we probably need to talk about is something called Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. We've talked about Thunderbolt before. I have some videos on the channel that are dedicated to Thunderbolt, typically Thunderbolt add-in cards in the version of Thunderbolt 4 and Thunderbolt 3, and recently Thunderbolt 5. So we've already covered Thunderbolt 5. We're going to talk about it again on this stream because I know a lot of people are probably either unaware of what Thunderbolt 5 can do and what that means for the industry. So Thunderbolt is a technology developed by Intel. So this is an Intel proprietary technology that Intel developed. And initially, it was developed by Intel for Apple. So back when Apple used x86 CPUs from Intel, Apple went to Intel and asked them if they can develop a high-speed cable-based interface or interconnect that can allow for a broader range of external devices. One of those things was display connectivity for the purpose of, and then one, display connections. So for example, DisplayPort. 2, high speed external storage. So we're talking M.2 external SSDs, or just flash. I should not say external, I will just say flash. Flash-based external storage. So think of like an external flash drive that you plug in on a USB-C port, but it's actually using something called Thunderbolt. And then the other thing would have been, you know, high-speed PCIe interconnects. Or I should say external interconnects. So I don't know if Apple really needed this last one, but this is one that Intel developed regardless, with especially the later versions of Thunderbolt. And this enables something, I'll give you guys an example. An example of this would be external GPU enclosures. So with Thunderbolt, you can drive graphics cards off of a computer, either a laptop or a PC, as long as it has Thunderbolt, using external enclosures. So you can actually connect more than one graphics card to a PC or a laptop using Thunderbolt technology. So this is developed by Intel for Apple, but then it became a more general purpose thing that Intel brought out to the general Microsoft Windows PC ecosystem. And I know Linux can also get access to Thunderbolt. It is a little bit more involved because of the way the driver stack is exposed to the Linux distros. So some distros, it works good from what I've heard. Others, it doesn't really work that well. There's a lot of bugs with things like dropping out connection-wise, and it's just kind of weird. So Linux support of Thunderbolt has always been kind of hit or miss, depending on the distro. But it does work. It can work. And really what we're going to focus on this stream is going to be Thunderbolt 3, 4, and 5. Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2, no one really, to my knowledge, no one really uses Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2 anymore. Earlier Apple devices relied heavily on Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2 for a lot of their external connectivity. You guys remember how Apple, well, it's not even remember, it's more of like Apple's still kind of criticized for this. You know how Apple started consolidating and getting rid of a lot of different port types? Like, they got rid of, you know, their proprietary power adapter. They moved to like a magnetic one. They had like a USB-C at some point. Ever since USB-C came out, they really started going heavy on Thunderbolt, and they started removing a lot of things. Remember when they removed the 3.5-inch millimeter audio jack from their phones, and everyone kind of complained about that? And it's like, oh, everything is like USB-C now, and they used to have their proprietary connector, but then they moved to USB-C. And they did that transition because they were heavily leveraging Thunderbolt technology to power a lot of these other peripherals. So Apple was all in on trying to standardize and consolidate around a single cable connector type. And that connector type is USB-C. And Thunderbolt was developed to use the USB-C form factor. But remember, Thunderbolt and USB-C are not the same thing. They have the same physical connector type, but Thunderbolt and USB do not use the same signaling. In fact, USB 1 and Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2 do not work with USB-C. So if you plug a Thunderbolt 2 device into a USB-C port, it will just not work. It straight up won't work at all, because Thunderbolt 2, Thunderbolt 1 speaks a different language than USB-C. So if we say USB-C is the universal serial bus language, Thunderbolt is speaking a completely different language. It's like it's speaking French or German or Italian. It's speaking some other language than what USB is talking. So when they talk to each other, the Thunderbolt device will start speaking in Thunderbolt language, and the USB port is like, no comprende, like, I don't know what you're saying. Wakaranai. It's like, I don't know, sorry. So nothing happens. So the device doesn't work. This is the reason why Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2 are, I want to say, pretty much obsolete now. I can't think of any device. Like, I personally do not own any Thunderbolt 1 or Thunderbolt 2 devices, like, at all. I don't know of anyone. Maybe there's somebody I know that still has like an old Mac or something that has Thunderbolt 1 or Thunderbolt 2. But Thunderbolt 1, Thunderbolt 2 are really considered legacy technology. However, Thunderbolt 3, Thunderbolt 4, and 5 are backwards compatible with legacy Thunderbolt and Thunderbolt 2. So just keep that in mind. So if you have a device that is Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3, it will work with a Thunderbolt 1 or Thunderbolt 2 device, or port, I guess. Now, it will not, so, okay, that leads me to another thing. So Thunderbolt generations are backwards compatible, backwards, and I guess we'll say forwards compatible. I'm gonna put an asterisk next to forward. Backwards, forward with an asterisk. Compatible. Meaning, so if I have a Thunderbolt 2 laptop and I connect and I plug in a Thunderbolt 3 external storage device, it will work, but it will not work at the Thunderbolt 3 speed. It'll only work on the slower speed of Thunderbolt 2. So meaning if this is the host with the host Thunderbolt 2, this is the dongle or device or whatever, this is the peripheral device. This is newer than this. The host is using an older version of Thunderbolt. It will recognize the newer device. In fact, it'll work with the newer device. It will not work at the newer speed of Thunderbolt 3. So for example, Thunderbolt 3 has 40 gigabit per second bidirectional speed. So Thunderbolt 2 doesn't do 40 gigabit speed. So what will happen is your Thunderbolt 3 device will function with Thunderbolt 2 speeds. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Now, what if we go the other way? What if we use a... Well, you guys probably already know the answer to this. It'll work exactly the same. What if we have a Thunderbolt 4 host device, or let's just say Thunderbolt 4 PC, plus Thunderbolt 2 docking station. What happens in this scenario? Here, you have a newer computer and you're plugging it into an older docking station. It will work with the docking station. It'll totally work with the docking station. Now, the docking station is not going to support things like, for example, DisplayPort 1.4a or like 8K monitors or things like that. You will not be able to plug that into this old dock and get it to work above something like 30 hertz or whatever on the refresh rate, even though the Thunderbolt 4 port supports those speeds, but the dock doesn't. So the bottom line, just like with most things when it comes to PC hardware, the lowest common denominator always wins in the scenario when you have mismatched generations of hardware. This is very similar to when we look at PCIe. So for example, if I plug a RTX 5090 Gen 5 into I don't know, X570 Crosshair 8 Hero from ASUS, this hardware combination, we know that the 5800X3D with the Crosshair Hero and DDR4 memory only supports PCI Gen 4, so even though the 5090 supports Gen 5 bandwidth speeds, guess what? It's only going to run at Gen 4 speeds because the lowest common denominator always wins. It'll always go as fast as the slowest thing in the chain. So Thunderbolt is exactly the same way. So if you have an old generation of Thunderbolt connected to a new generation of Thunderbolt, the old generation will always win. So you'll always get the lower speed. So this is why lane sharing on a lot of consumer motherboards is kind of annoying, because it's like if you have... Now, in the case of a Gen 5 GPU with a Gen 5 motherboard, it's not that big of a deal. But if you, let's say you have an older graphics card, RTX 2080 Ti is Gen 3. This is only Gen 3. And you pair this up with an X870E Godlike from MSI, which is Gen 5 capable. But now, let's say you plug in another RTX 2080 Ti in SLI. Well, actually, it's not really going to work with this motherboard because this motherboard doesn't support SLI. But let's just say you plug in a second okay, let's just say we plug a different GPU in. Let's say we plug in an AMD, I don't know, what's like another, the RX 5700 XT. This is a Gen 4. That's the first Gen 4 GPU ever made. This is the world's first Gen 4 PCI Gen 4 graphics card. So you plug this thing in and you plug this thing in, both of them in the Godlike. So meaning in the motherboard, you have your motherboard, you have the 2080 Ti up here, like this. You have the second graphics card, the 5700 XT, down here. So you're literally running dual graphics cards on the Godlike because the Godlike supports this. So what do you think is going to happen in this scenario? What are the lane speeds going to be on the MSI Godlike? You're gonna get X8 and X8 because the bandwidth ends up getting shared between both graphics cards. So this will be X8, this will be X8, and guess what? The 2080 Ti is gonna get bottlenecked because it's gonna be X8 Gen 3, and this is also bottlenecked. Not as badly, but it is also bottlenecked. It is Gen 4 X8. So this is half of the bandwidth at Gen 4, and this is half of the bandwidth at Gen 3. So even though the motherboard supports Gen 5, neither one of these graphics cards support Gen 5 because they're too old, so they will always downgrade to the lowest common denominator. So you can see how that can be a problem for the 2080 Ti because now it's literally only getting half of its full bandwidth and it's only Gen 3 bandwidth, so it's even more hindered in that regard. So something to be aware of in terms of lane sharing. So Thunderbolt generations backwards and forwards compatible. But remember, what I mean by the asterisk is that they always will favor the lowest speed if they're mismatched. So now let's talk about USB 4 and USB 4 Gen 2, or USB 4 version 2 is what they're calling this. So USB 4 version 1, this standard I believe was completed in I want to say it was 2019. I need to check to make sure. Let me see. Yeah, March 2019. And then when was version 2? The version 2 was 2022, so 3 years ago. This standard was completed. Okay, so that's USB 4 version 1, which everyone that watches the stream is probably well aware of by now. At least I would hope so. And then the more recent version 2. Now, version 2 is only now... There's always a lag time. There's always a lag time. The lag time... Industry lags behind by about 2 to 3 years. So about 24 to 36 month lag time. And there's proof of this. There's a lot of proof of this. So USB 4, you guys remember, when did we start noticing the first consumer devices that were featuring USB 4? If we're talking computer desktop, X670E, X670, B650E, and some B650 were the first ones. And what year were these chipsets? 2022. So think about that for a second. These devices, some of these motherboards featured USB 4 version 1 as optional equipment. A good example is the Crosshair Hero from ASUS. So X670E Crosshair Hero includes USB 4 version 1 built in. Standard equipment. So those of you with an X670E Crosshair Hero, you have been enjoying the luxury of having access to USB 4 version 1 for like 3 years. If you were somebody who upgraded to AM5 back in September 3 years ago, 2022. But that kind of proves my point that the industry lags behind by about 2 to 3 years, because USB 4 version 1 was 2019. 2019 was when the 5700 XT launched, the world's first PCI Gen 4. That was the year that PCI Gen 4 came to the industry with AMD's Zen 2 and X570 motherboards. That feels like a long time ago. That was still the era of Monster Hunter World. That is so far back. That was pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic. So then 2020 happens, the pandemic happens. 2021, the supply chains happen. The supply chain issues happen. Newegg invents Newegg Shuffle to sell you graphics cards, along with like things you don't need. So, that was that whole era. So basically, the whole time after USB 4 was ratified as an industry standard, we went through a whole global pandemic. And then in 2022, the first consumer USB 4 version 1 devices start hitting the market. You also saw this in the mobile space. Now, why am I not talking about Intel? Intel also started supporting USB 4, but Intel didn't really need to support USB 4 version 1 because Thunderbolt, which is a Intel developed technology, already existed. So Intel's way of supporting USB 4 was to basically market Thunderbolt 4 on some of their motherboards. In fact, I'm trying to remember an Intel motherboard that included Thunderbolt. Maybe, I gotta go back and look. I guess the Maximus, the Z790 Maximus might support Thunderbolt 4. I have to go back and look, but I know some of them did. Similar to the ones on the AMD side that support USB 4. Now, where did USB 4 come from? USB 4 primarily came from Intel donating the Thunderbolt 3 standards to the USB group. So USB 4, this is the reason why I always kind of lump Thunderbolt and USB 4 together as quote-unquote the same thing. Technically, they're not exactly the same thing, because the difference between Thunderbolt and USB 4, so USB 4 version 1, we can say is approximately equal to Thunderbolt 3 and 4. Thunderbolt 3 and 4. Because Intel donated Thunderbolt 3 specifications to the USB standards body, it's like, hey, you guys can have Thunderbolt 3 and turn it into a standardized USB 4. And that's what they ended up calling it, USB 4. And that is basically what USB 4 is. So USB 4 is basically Thunderbolt 3 in a kind of open standard specification, because Thunderbolt is an Intel proprietary thing, so you can't really say it's open. Now, if you want a Thunderbolt logo on your device, you have to sign up with Intel. You have to pay a licensing fee. Intel has a licensing agreement that you have to accept and pay the licensing fee to Intel for them to certify your device as a Thunderbolt 3 or Thunderbolt 4 certified device. That will allow you to get the Thunderbolt logo on your device if you're a device manufacturer. So examples of this would be basically any laptop or any motherboard that has Thunderbolt as a feature. Now, I actually happen to have a laptop right here. This is the laptop that we covered, I think, last month. This is the ThinkPad P16S Gen 4 from Lenovo. This one has right here 2 Thunderbolt 4 ports right there. I use one of them for both of them could charge the laptop. Both of them work with Thunderbolt 4 docking stations, obviously. But here's the catch. This is not an Intel laptop. This is an AMD Ryzen laptop with Strix Point inside. So this has the HX370 inside. So if a manufacturer wants to offer Thunderbolt, full fat Thunderbolt, full certified Thunderbolt with the little Thunderbolt lightning bolt logo, they got to sign up with Intel, pay their licensing fee, submit the, I guess, the whatever they need to submit in terms of the engineering work on the device, and have Intel certify it. Now, I don't know if that means Intel has to test the device for compatibility, or if they just need to pay money to Intel. Intel's like, okay, here you go. Here's your Thunderbolt. You can use the Thunderbolt logo, stamp of approval, blah, blah, blah. There you go. So maybe it's that simple. I don't know. I'm not a device manufacturer, so I have no idea what the process requires or entails for somebody to get Thunderbolt certified and get the Thunderbolt device logo on their device. But whatever Lenovo's doing it correctly, because Lenovo is selling both Intel and AMD and Qualcomm Snapdragon laptops that have full fat Thunderbolt logos on them. So obviously they're paying the licensing fee to Intel and they're getting the logo as a result of that. So that is Thunderbolt 3. So what happens if you want to be cheap and you don't want to pay Intel a license fee and you don't care about the Thunderbolt logo on your device if you're a device manufacturer? Well, that's where USB 4 comes in. So you can basically just build your device and implement all the USB 4 standards, which are the same as the Thunderbolt 3 standards, and you can stick the USB 4 logo on your device, and there you go. You have a USB 4 laptop or a USB 4 device. So that's how USB 4 works. So this is the reason why any device that is USB 4 or Thunderbolt 4 certified will work with any Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3 peripheral, regardless of whether the CPU is using an AMD CPU, an Intel CPU, or a Qualcomm. Well, now we got Qualcomm CPUs, as well as Apple CPUs. The M4, M4 Max, they've got Thunderbolt on a lot of the MacBooks. So I don't know if Apple's going to continue like paying the license. I think they will. But Apple could at some point just be like, you know what? I don't feel like paying Intel anymore. We're just going to slap USB 4 logos on this thing. You know, maybe they'll do that. Maybe they won't. Who knows? But that is the relationship between USB 4 and Thunderbolt 4. Because I get this question from time to time, because especially on the videos that I do with the add-in cards. So earlier this year, we did a video on the Thunderbolt 5 card from ASUS. And I have so many comments on that video asking the same questions like, well, can I install on an MSI motherboard? Can I install it in my Threadripper PC? Can I install it in, whatever B650 motherboard from 3 years ago? It's like I get all these questions, and the answer is typically no. You can't install Thunderbolt 5 cards from ASUS in a non-ASUS device, or a non-ASUS motherboard, because ASUS is using their own proprietary connector for the control plane signaling to enable things like USB tunneling or PCIe tunneling. And that's the reason why it doesn't work on an MSI motherboard. So if you have an MSI motherboard or just a non-ASUS motherboard, do not go and buy an ASUS Thunderbolt 5 add-in card, because it will definitely not work. And that has nothing to do with Thunderbolt 5 or Thunderbolt 4. That has to do with ASUS using their own proprietary connector. And MSI also uses their own proprietary connector. So an MSI add-in card for Thunderbolt or USB 4 will definitely not work in an ASUS motherboard. Now, the ones that strangely enough, they don't care and they share and use some whatever reference connector that Intel came up with, or I assume Intel came up with, is ASRock and Gigabyte. Isn't it strange how all four of these motherboard manufacturers sometimes seem like they're either the same as each other, or two of them are very similar to each other, and the other two are different, or the other two are the same as each other? So it's like Gigabyte and ASRock both use the standard 5-pin connector for the Thunderbolt header, which is now, apparently it's the USB 4 header. It's really the old Thunderbolt 3, Thunderbolt 4 header, but it's basically the same thing. So those guys probably can interchange add-in cards. But the other two, MSI and Gigabyte, or MSI and Asus, definitely not. Definitely not. So, but this is kind of a big deal because this enables a lot of things that you just can't do with standard USB 2. So what are some of the things you can do with Thunderbolt and USB 4? So USB 4, from now on, we're just going to start saying USB 4. We're going to stop talking about Thunderbolt. But just remember, USB 4 equals Thunderbolt 3 and 4. They are functionally the same. They are both 40 gigabits. USB 4 equals 40 gigabit. Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4 also equal 40 gigabit. Hence why I'm saying 40 gigabits equals 40 gigabits. Because they're the same exact speed, same exact bandwidth. The data rate that USB 4 uses is exactly identical to the data rate that Thunderbolt 4 uses. This is ever so slightly different from Thunderbolt 3. However, Thunderbolt 3 devices will work with a USB 4 interface. I myself have proven this to be true time and time again. Every time we live stream a PlayStation 5 Pro game, we are using a Thunderbolt 3 capture card with a USB 4 port on an AMD motherboard. And it has always worked since day one for the last 3 years. So I can guarantee that works. Now, other things that are interchangeable. Thunderbolt or USB 4. What can you do? What can you use with USB 4? Well, you can use external 4K HDR capture cards with low latency, no delay. There's no delay using Thunderbolt-based capture cards. These are the only capture cards that I recommend. I don't recommend USB-C Gen 2x2 or 2x1 capture cards because of the latency. These have no latency, or the latency is so low that you'll never notice it. You can literally play Battlefield 6 on a PlayStation 5 over a USB 4 capture card, and you'll have no issues with reaction time because the latency is that low. That is because of the 40 gigabit per second bandwidth. So that's why USB 4 is significantly better than standard USB-C. So external capture cards. Number 2, high resolution, high refresh monitors. So we're talking like 4K 240 hertz or 8K. Well, actually, I don't know about 240, but 4K 144 hertz, 8K 60 hertz. Okay, that's another thing that you can use using something called DisplayPort Alt Mode. DisplayPort Alt Mode over USB 4. So this is the reason why, if you guys watch my video on Strix Halo on the Evo X2 from GMK Tech, the USB 4 ports on that thing can drive my 4K OLED monitor, as well as a docking station, and then daisy chain multiple monitors off of a single USB 4 port, while all the while having access to all the other things like an external graphics card. If I want, yes, I can connect an RTX 5090 to my Strix Halo mini PC, courtesy of USB 4. This is the reason why. So that is the third one. External or eGPUs via PCIe tunneling. So this is going to be PCIe Gen 3 X4. So not a lot of bandwidth for that external GPU because you're only getting 4 lanes of Gen 3. We were talking about how a 2080 Ti when bottlenecked running at Gen 3 X8. Well, now you're cutting it even more in half. So even with the external GPU, even if you have a 5090, the 5090 desktop GPU is going to lose about 25% of its performance, or 1/4 of the 5090's percentage will be lost using it as an external GPU due to limitations of PCIe Gen 3 4-lane bandwidth. So just keep that in mind. So you can run external GPUs. So this is very useful if you're using a laptop and you want to connect it to a docking station. If your laptop has USB 4, you can plug it into any Thunderbolt 4 docking station. I mean, I literally do this every single day, Monday through Friday, so I know it works. And it's fantastic. I can run external GPUs off of my laptop. I can use that for better rendering capabilities. Yes, it is bandwidth limited, oftentimes, very much so. But it is still going to perform far better than a discrete GPU in the laptop. So, for example, a laptop with a 5070, for example, a 5070 inside the laptop is going to be worse than a 5090 desktop in an external GPU enclosure. So just keep that in mind. It's just because it's a 5090 versus a 5070. So those are the sort of things. And the other thing too is you're getting the full fat discrete desktop version of the GPU, not the laptop GPU. So for example, the 5090 laptop only has 24 gigabytes of VRAM, whereas the desktop version has 32 gigabytes of VRAM. So you plug the 32 gigabyte 5090 in an eGPU enclosure, and you're ready to go if you want to use that thing for AI. So just more options. So you guys can kind of see, like, USB 4 is so much better than USB 3 because it enables all kinds of things like this. Now, because you can also run external M.2 drives via PCIe tunneling. So PCIe tunneling, you guys are noticing that I'm saying this often. PCIe tunneling is a technology that is made available in USB 4. This is something that does not exist on older versions of USB. So USB 3.2 Gen 2x2 and anything older cannot do PCIe tunneling, making a lot of this stuff impossible. And in the case of external M.2 drives, with PCIe tunneling, you're going to get full NVMe speeds up to Gen 3 X4, where you can't do that on an older version of USB, because if you're doing older USB, that's almost like, oh, you're just running like an SD card. You know, you're not going to be getting the full potential of an M.2 drive if you're running it over USB 3.2 or whatever. So that is another reason why USB 4 is vastly superior. So PCIe, external monitors, and the last one I'll mention, you can run high-speed networking interfaces. So you can run things like 10 gigabit LAN, 40 gigabit LAN, you know, things that you cannot do with USB 3. Now with USB 3, you can technically do 10 gigabit LAN on USB 3. However, there's so much overhead for the USB signaling converter. I think that's like the maximum you can possibly do is maybe 10 gigabit LAN off of a USB-C that doesn't use USB 4. But if you're doing USB 4, you can easily do 40 gigabit Ethernet speeds over that, because you have 4 lanes of Gen 3. That's kind of the effective bandwidth rate. And remember, well, okay, maybe 40 gig might be too much, but you can definitely do dual 10 gig. You can definitely do dual 10 gig LAN off of a USB 4 port. So that's something to keep in mind. So USB 4 is equal to Thunderbolt 3, Thunderbolt 4. So what about USB 4 version 2? What is USB 4 version 2? Well, just like how we oversimplified USB 4 and made it equal to Thunderbolt 4, what do you think USB 4 version 2 is going to be equal to? So, USB 4 version 2 is equal to, you guessed it, Thunderbolt 5. So Thunderbolt 5 is out on the market now. There are some Intel platforms that do include Thunderbolt 5 via a chipset from Intel. So what do I mean by a chipset by Intel? So today, unless Apple has something, but even then Apple's probably using some kind of controller. Today, the only way to achieve Thunderbolt 5 is via a add-on chipset. So there has to be some kind of add-on chip, meaning the platform that is providing the Thunderbolt 5 ports does not natively support Thunderbolt 5. There are currently no CPUs or no SoCs that I am aware of that natively support Thunderbolt 5. And this is true for Intel. Now, if an Intel platform provides Thunderbolt 5, it is making use of something from Intel. It is using something called the Intel JHL 9580 chipset. So this is Intel's proprietary Thunderbolt 5 controller that Intel made. It has a name. I'm trying to find the name. It's like Barlow Ridge or something. Let's see. Maple Ridge was the name of Thunderbolt 4. It's called Barlow Ridge. Barlow Ridge is how they're enabling Thunderbolt 5 on a desktop platform. So the video that I did a few months back with the Thunderbolt 5 card from ASUS, that card from ASUS literally has this chip. That's exactly what it is. So let me find the where's the ASUS thing here? Thunderbolt 5 EX or EX5. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, this. So we did a video about this a few months ago. So the Asus Thunderbolt EX5. Intel certified Thunderbolt 5 add-in card. I think it mentions the name of that chip somewhere. Let me see tech specs. Yeah, right here. There we go. Intel JHL 9580 Thunderbolt 5 controller. So basically, if you were to remove this protective shroud from this PCI add-in card, you would see underneath the JHL 9580 from Intel. So the Thunderbolt 5 card includes up to 120 gigabit Thunderbolt and USB 4 devices. Now, what do they mean by 120 gigabit? This is where things get kind of weird and hard to keep track of because of the way it's mentioned here. So Thunderbolt 5. So Thunderbolt 4, USB 4, was 40 gigabit per second. This is bi-directional or bi-die. Bidirectional. Or it could be 80 gigabit, or was it 60? No, I think it was 60. I think it was 60 gigabit one way. 60 gigabit in one direction, and then 20 gigabit in the other direction. But I don't remember anyone actually ever running it in that mode, so we'll just say 40 gigabit per second. Now, Thunderbolt 5 and USB 4 version 2 are going to be 80 gigabit per second, or 120 gigabit in one direction, and 40 gigabit, no, is that 60? Yeah, it has to be 60, because the total's one. No, I was right the first time. 40 gigabit the other direction. So this means you can transmit and receive at 80 gigabit, or you can transmit at 120 gigabit and receive at 40 gigabit. So the nice thing about, someone's probably wondering, like, well, when would you ever do this? Well, think about it. If you're using external storage and you're trying to write files, or I guess copy files, you're going to send a lot of data, but you're not exactly looking to receive a lot of data back. Like if you're writing to an external SSD, for example, you want it to go as fast as possible. So you can run it in this 120 gigabit, 40 gigabit mode, where you're going to send up to 120 gigabit speed, but you're only going to get back 40 gigabits on the return journey. But you don't care about the slower speed coming back because you're trying to push all that data in one direction. Does that make sense? That's where this comes in kind of handy. But most of the time, it'll run 80 gigabit bidirectional. So it is a doubling of the bandwidth compared to USB 4 version 1. So anything that Thunderbolt 5 does, USB 4 version 2 will also do. So it's going to be like the industry standard, or the open standard version of Thunderbolt 5. That is effectively what USB 4 version 2 is. Now, if you guys watch my video where I did the whole breakdown, deep dive on that Asus Thunderbolt 5 card, at some point in the video toward the end, I literally show in Windows that Windows views the Asus card as a USB 4 version 2.0 card, or hub, or I guess USB 4 device, or I guess controller, whatever. Anyway, it lists it as USB 4 version 2, which I found very interesting, because instead of saying Thunderbolt 5, Windows just says, no, it's USB 4 version 2. So that's more proof that USB 4 version 2 equals Thunderbolt 5. Now, only now are we starting to see these devices show up in the market. Because remember what I said at the beginning of the stream, the industry lags by about 2 to 3 years. So 2029 was USB 4, but we didn't start seeing USB 4 devices until 2022. And we didn't really start seeing a big push for USB 4 until 2023, 2024, this year even. So really now we're starting to see USB 4 be in full swing. And USB 4 version 2 was finalized in 2022. That was 3 years ago. So here we go again, 2 to 3 years. We're hitting the 3-year cycle now. So USB 4 version 2 is definitely on the way. In fact, there is actually a Strix Halo device that is already using USB 4 version 2.0. So this device here, so the Minis Forum teases an AMD Strix Halo based, so they call this the MSS1. This is basically a mini PC. So a mini AI workstation featuring USB 4 version 2 80 gigabit. So this is probably the first consumer device that I have seen that actually has USB 4 version 2. Now, I really want to know, what are they actually using to pull this off? Because the controller integrated into the I/O die from AMD is only version 1. So AMD is definitely not the one who is enabling Minis Forum to do this. They're using some kind of thing. It's either some kind of next generation USB 4 version 2 controller from a company like Asmedia, or maybe they're using an Intel JHL Thunderbolt 5 controller, but they never certified it from Intel, so they're just calling it USB 4 version 2. I don't even know if they're allowed to do that technically, although a lot of the X670E motherboards from 2022, like the X670E Crosshair Hero, is using an Intel JHL 8540 Thunderbolt 4 controller, but they didn't certify it with Intel, so they're calling it USB 4. So maybe this company, Minisforum, is doing something very similar to what a lot of the manufacturers who make motherboards did a few years ago now for the launch of AM5. So that is a very, very interesting thing because it's actually 80 gigabit USB 4 version 2. So, and it's with the Strix Halo. I mean, that's like, when I saw this, I was like, man, that we are getting a lot of these crazy, very creative USB 4, not just USB 4, just creative mini PCs. I have yet to see a laptop that actually says USB 4 version 2. Now, there are some Arrow Lake laptops on the market now that support Thunderbolt 5, aka USB 4 version 2, 80 gigabit. But the way that they're doing that is using an Intel integrated controller. It's not something that lives inside of the Arrow Lake SoC. The Arrow Lake SoC includes Thunderbolt 4, not Thunderbolt 5. So this is also true for motherboards that support this thing. So if we go to, for example, the Z890 Maximus Extreme. The Z890 Maximus Extreme from ASUS. This is a $1,000 motherboard. This is the flagship motherboard from ASUS for the Arrow Lake desktop platform. And this motherboard includes Thunderbolt 5 via the Intel controller. So they have soldered the controller physically onto this motherboard. So that controller that is in the ASUS Thunderbolt EX5 card that you can physically buy and add to a Hero for Thunderbolt 5, they have gone ahead and included it directly on the Extreme version of the Z890 Maximus. So in fact, I think they include the block diagram. I hope they include the block diagram. I really need them to include the block diagram. Do they include the block diagram? They do not include the block diagram. Okay, never mind. Well, they don't include it. So let's go to tech specs and see if they say it here. They do mention Thunderbolt 5. Did they mention the JHL though? I know it's JHL. I just want to see if they document it. Man, this is why ASUS is kind of annoying sometimes, because they don't give you the info that you're looking for. So unless you're someone like me that actually already knows the answer to my question, and I'm just basically double checking them to make sure that they actually have the info, and I don't know, do they say JHL? JHL isn't even on this site, so it's like, okay, they don't actually state it. But they have the Intel Thunderbolt 5 ports. But the bad thing is they take away the Thunderbolt 4 ports. So this is the reason why I don't recommend the Maximus Extreme. If somebody wanted Thunderbolt 5, I recommend the Maximus Hero and then purchasing the Thunderbolt EX5 card separately. This is like $100. It's like $115 or so from ASUS. So adding this to a Maximus Hero gives you Thunderbolt 5, aka USB 4 version 2, but you also keep your Thunderbolt 4. So you have your Thunderbolt 4 on the back of the motherboard, and then you now also have Thunderbolt 5. So the nice thing about doing that is you get the best of both worlds. Whereas if you pay $1,000 for the Maximus Extreme, you lose your USB 4 ports. Because Asus, in their infinite wisdom, decided to, like, completely omit the USB 4 ports that are physically integrated into the Intel CPU. So I don't recommend this motherboard for that reason. So the Maximus Extreme is kind of a fail in that regard, because you get Thunderbolt 5, but you lose Thunderbolt 4. Whereas if you were to get the Hero, which is cheaper than the Extreme, for like $100, you can add Thunderbolt 5, but also keep Thunderbolt 4. So you have Thunderbolt 4 and Thunderbolt 5. That means you have two 40 gigabit ports plus two 80 gigabit ports. Whereas with the Extreme, you only get your two 80 gigabits. You don't get your 40 gigabits. So it's like, now you can only connect, like two things that are Thunderbolt based or USB 4 based versus like four things. Unless you plug a docking station that typically goes with a laptop into this thing, then I guess it's problem solved. But I don't know. To me, the Extreme, the Maximus Z890 Extreme, I was interested in this board last year when it launched with Arrow Lake. But when I found out that you basically get Thunderbolt 5 and you lose Thunderbolt 4, that's a deal breaker. Because it's like, I want both. That's why I have the Hero. Because the Hero gives me both. And it's cheaper. And the funny thing is, Hero plus Thunderbolt card is still less money than the Extreme. So, Extreme's kind of a fail. And it has less USB ports on the back in general, which doesn't make any sense either. So anyway, I don't know. It's enough about trying to tear down the Extreme. The Extreme is very expensive. I mean, the cool thing about it is it has an X4 slot right here, and it has a dual X8. So it does have something that the Hero doesn't have in the form of a second Gen 5 X8 slot down at the bottom. At least I think that's a Gen 5 X8 slot. I hope it is. Yes, it is. Okay, so they do have this. The Hero does not have that. For some reason, the Maximus Hero can't do dual GPUs for some weird reason. It can only do one GPU. The Maximus Extreme can do dual GPUs. So if you need dual GPUs, the Extreme is better than the Hero. But if you don't need dual GPUs and you want Thunderbolt 5, you're actually better off buying the Hero and buying the add-in card and plugging this into the X4 slot on the Hero. So crazy, crazy stuff, how these motherboards are so, like, wonky in terms of how they're configured. Okay, so the 16-lane GPU becomes 8 lanes. Yeah, it does. It does. That is true for every single consumer motherboard in existence. Mainstream platforms like this are always going to do that. If you want dual GPUs that are both X16, you need to be on Threadripper, because Threadripper is the only platform today, the modern platform, that does that. In fact, you can have 3 graphics cards or 4 graphics cards, depending on the motherboard, on Threadripper, all running at full 16 lanes simultaneously, while also having a whole bunch of storage drives. It's great. It's fantastic. Trust me, I know. So is USB 4 version 2 better for external? Yeah, great question. We were going to talk about that. Well, let's talk about it right now. So, what is the difference between USB 4 version 1 and version 2? Well, we already mentioned that version 1 is 40 gigabit. It's also PCIe 3.0 X4. Version 2 is PCIe 4.0 X4. So there you go. What does that mean? That means that USB 4 version 2 literally has double the bandwidth compared to USB 4 version 1. So there you have it. That is the table comparison between the two of them. This means that if you have an external graphics card and you plug the external graphics card into a version 2 eGPU enclosure, and your host device, meaning your laptop or your PC, supports USB 4 version 2, like that Minis Forum mini desktop with the Strix Halo, you will get Gen 4 4-lane speed for that external graphics card. So yes, your GPU will have basically double the bandwidth. Now, it's still not going to be as good as plugging a graphics card directly into a motherboard. Even in the case where we were talking about the Extreme just a second ago, the Extreme is going to be dual X8. Dual X8 up to Gen 5 X8 is still way more bandwidth than even what USB 4 version 2 is capable of supplying. But I think this is kind of the summary. This is like the TLDR of the entire discussion right here. These are the numbers that give you all you need to know in terms of comparison between USB 4 version 1 and USB 4 version 2. So I can't wait until the next generation of the AMD and Intel CPUs, because those platforms are going to consolidate and standardize on at least I expect them to do so. And the reason why I expect them to do so is because of what I said earlier. The industry lags behind by about 3 years. Well, we're about to go into 2026. By the time the Zen 6 CPUs show up, USB 4 version 2 will already be 4 years old. So there's a very, very strong case that can be made to assume that Zen 6 will have motherboards that include USB 4 version 2. And the next generation of laptops and mobile devices will also be supporting USB 4 version 2. And further evidence to present to make this the case is the fact that AMD mandated with the last year motherboards that all the motherboards have this. So why would they not go to this with the next generation? See, it makes sense. So yeah, I expect this to become the norm with the next generation of hardware. The fact that some Intel platforms today are supporting it via Thunderbolt 5, the mobile space is typically first to get access to these technologies compared to the desktop space, because it is more important, it is vitally important to have these higher bandwidth interconnects on a mobile platform than on a desktop platform. Because a desktop, you can just plug stuff into the motherboard. Here on a laptop, you can't just plug stuff into a motherboard. The ports are going to define what you have to use for however long you're going to keep that laptop. So that's the reason why we're moving to this as the next standard. So this is going to be, USB 5 is not what it's called. It's going to be called USB 4 version 2. If you watched my video on the Asus Thunderbolt 5 card, we've already proven that because Windows recognizes it as USB 4 version 2. All right, so that covers the entire discussion on USB 4 version 2. I myself have been relying on USB 4. I feel like I've said this many, many times now. I have been utilizing USB 4 for the last 3 years. Like, I've been using USB 4 back with the X670 platform. Now, I had to use an add-in card, and we've done lots of videos on this topic. And I have USB 4 on my Threadripper motherboard via an add-in card. I have USB 4. Now, it's all Gen 1 because, remember, the industry currently is still very much USB 4 version 1. But we're going to move to USB 4 version 2 next year. Version 3, I have no idea. Nobody knows because that's not something that's in discussion right now. That's something that's probably still in development. So if you're asking about version 3, probably... So that will... the difference between these is what, 3 years? So USB 4, or whatever they're going to call it, version 3 or USB 5, that's probably 2028. So you'll see it in like 2030, 2031 is when you'll probably see that. So it's a long way off. I wouldn't worry too much about version 3. That's going to be a long time from now. That's definitely something that AM5 will not get access to. So that's a long ways off. But yeah, version 2, I can't wait. I'm wanting to get a Thunderbolt 5 dock and test it with USB 4 version 1. Just to verify backwards compatibility and forwards compatibility. I want to verify this. So we will probably be doing a video in the near future with Thunderbolt 5 and USB 4 version 1. What happens? Meaning, can you use a laptop or desktop that has USB 4 ports with a Thunderbolt 5 docking station? And if so, what happens? Does it work properly? I guess the TLDR is it works totally fine. You just don't get the higher speed. Because of what I said at the beginning of the stream. It's always lowest common denominator. Oh, the last thing I wanted to say, the reason why Thunderbolt 2 and Thunderbolt 1 are kind of dead is because Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4 maintain... So, this is true for Thunderbolt 3, 4, and 5, but it is not true for Thunderbolt 1 and 2. So, Thunderbolt 3 introduced backwards compatibility with standard USB. Meaning, you could plug in a USB device, not a Thunderbolt device, a regular USB device. So, for example, I can take my PlayStation 5 DualSense wireless controller, I can plug it in, it's a USB, not Thunderbolt, it's a USB-C. I can plug this in to a Thunderbolt 4 docking station, and it will work, and I can use it with the PC, no problem. If I plug this in to a Thunderbolt 2 or Thunderbolt 1 port, this would not work. It would not work. Because Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2 cannot speak USB language. They're not bilingual. Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4 and Thunderbolt 5 are all bilingual. They can speak in Thunderbolt speech or they can speak in USB speech. They understand the USB language. So that is one thing worth noting about Thunderbolt 3 and 4. So this is the reason why Thunderbolt 1 and Thunderbolt 2, I kind of ignore those things. I never use them. They're not compatible with USB devices. They're kind of their own thing, and they're ancient now, so no one cares about them. Thunderbolt 3, Thunderbolt 4, those are really good because you can plug any USB device in, and it'll work just like it's on a regular USB port. And if it's a Thunderbolt device, it'll work with those ports. USB 4 maintains compatibility as well. So USB 4 is actually the best one because it is a full catch-all that works with literally everything. It works with all the USB devices. It works with all the Thunderbolt devices. It speaks all the languages. So USB 4 is great. USB 4 is probably my favorite like connector standard out of all the different cable standards out there. The last thing that I forgot to talk about is the power delivery. The Thunderbolt 4, Thunderbolt 5, USB 4 version 1, USB 4 version 2. So USB 4 version 2 has up to 240 watts of power delivery. Whereas I believe USB 4 version 1 topped out at 180 watts of power delivery. So that is another significant difference. So what you will find in the future is some of these gaming laptops and stuff, if they start featuring USB 4 version 2, you can actually charge a pretty high-end laptop with a discrete graphics card inside with a USB-C cable. That USB-C cable must be a USB 4 version 2 certified cable in order for it to be robust and safe enough to deliver up to 240 watts of power delivery. Let me see. Let me make sure if I'm around that 180 watts. I'm not sure if the 180 watts is correct, because it might be lower than that. Let's see. I know that you can do up to 100 watts, but I know you don't need USB 4 to do 100 watts. So I think it is 180. All right, so that is the discussion on that. So now I kind of want to talk about Framework and what they're doing, because they've been doing a lot of interesting things. And I really wish that Framework was, I don't know, more readily available. So Framework, for those of you who do not know what Framework is, Framework is a startup company. They are a laptop manufacturing company that I think they started in 2021 or 2020. Trying to remember what, like, let me see, do they have like a thing that talks about them? Anyway, they've only been in business for a few years, and they are really doing some really cool stuff with the PC space in regards to upgradability, expandability for mobile devices, as well as being very well suited for Linux. I feel like if someone wanted to build, or if someone was looking to get into Linux, or maybe they already are familiar with Linux and they prefer using Linux on a mobile device, I would definitely recommend a Framework laptop for that use case. Because, I mean, yeah, you can run Linux on like a Lenovo. Usually the ThinkPads are very good for running Linux. But Framework takes it a whole step further with actual, like, tested and verified Linux distros that they verify run to a specific degree of performance on their platform. That is something that you will not find with any of the large PC manufacturers like Dell, HP, and Lenovo. They will not. I mean, it's like you can install Linux on, like I said, a ThinkPad, and it'll work. But it's not like Lenovo went out of their way to certify, oh, Ubuntu LTS, works with this generation of hardware, or this Linux distro works with this particular Lenovo laptop. Like, they didn't actually test it. You can jerry-rig it and get it to work, and some stuff might work fine. 90% of the time, it's probably no problem. But if you tweak too much, you try to run games and stuff, good luck on a laptop. Framework they actually test and use their own machines with Linux distros. So they'll recommend them from their own website. That is actually very cool, because there's literally no other device manufacturer that I've ever come across that has that level of support, even if most of it is still community support for the Linux platform. So if you're someone who likes building your own device, like you're someone who builds your own computer, you can get a DIY laptop from Framework, build it yourself. They'll ship you all the stuff in a box, and some of it's already pre-assembled, like the screen and the keyboard, all that stuff's already pre-assembled in the chassis. So all you got to do is add the memory, the SSDs. You can arrange the layout of the keyboard if you want the numeric keypad. So let's look at one example here. So the laptop 16. So yeah, look at this. Check this out. This is so cool. I really feel like I should have covered these guys earlier in the year. I regret not giving these guys enough media coverage on the channel, because I feel like what they're doing is really, really interesting. Considering this channel's primary audience is PC DIY. And it's like, well, here, look, now you can build your own laptop. And guess what? You want to upgrade the laptop when the next generation CPU comes out? All you got to do is order the main board from them, and you can keep your exact same chassis. So that is really, really cool. And the other thing that they're doing, they're bringing back something that disappeared from the industry a long time ago, and that is expandable, swappable, discrete graphics cards in the laptop. So not only can you replace any of the components, and they've designed them with a lot of magnets, so they don't use a lot of the glue and stuff like that. It's really easy to disassemble and reassemble. They have upgradable GPUs, which is actually, it's something that has existed in the past. This is something that you used to be able to do on an IBM ThinkPad like 15, 20 years ago. But that kind of went away for some reason, I don't know. And now Framework is kind of bringing back that idea, which is really, really cool because they're the only ones that are doing this. For the record, Dell does have a developer edition. I thought XPS was, like, discontinued. Does XPS still even exist as a brand? I haven't heard of an XPS laptop in a long time. But this, when I saw this, I was like, wait a minute, hold on a second. You can get a laptop that has a modular, discrete GPU, and after like 3 years, you can upgrade that GPU and keep the laptop. And if you want to change the battery, because the laptop's battery dies after a while, because it gets old after like 4 years, 5 years, you can just order the battery from them. You don't have to go and buy some like China off-brand eBay thing that you have no idea what the cell life count on those batteries are. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, this is pretty cool. So this, if I had not refreshed my laptop a few months ago, I probably would have gotten one of these. My only thing about Framework that I know, because they're small, they're limited in terms of how much they can manufacture. Availability of their products is kind of hard to come by, in the sense that if you want one of these, you gotta wait a long time to get one. Unless you, I don't know, like if you pre-order one of these, I guess you can get one. If you pre-order, you would get it in like a month and a half. But if you configure one now, you gotta wait until the end of the year. It's because they have the way they do the batches. So it's one of those things where I really wish they had just a little bit better supply chain. But I understand that they're a small company, so there's really only so much they can do because they're so small. But I'm someone who, like, if I want to order the laptop, I want the laptop to show up within the month. Like, I don't want to have to wait 2 months or 3 months to get the device. That's my only problem with Framework. But I really, really like what these guys are doing. I like how they actually are more focused on an open ecosystem. I like that they even let you 3D print. They even provide like the schematics for 3D printing. So you can 3D print your own parts, like different covers and things. That's really, really cool. The newer stuff is made to order. They have certain models ready to ship. Yeah, but they always have the ones that are like the lower end CPUs. You know what I mean? Like, let's do a configure now. So see, okay. Ryzen AI 7 350. So this is Kraken Point. Ships in December. But I do like how they actually show you the batch numbers. I really like that they do this. No other manufacturer shows you this supply chain level info. So you actually can know, like if you place your order and you get batch 7, you know your laptop is from batch 7. So like, let's say there's some kind of hardware manufacturing issue on the assembly line that affects batch 7. So it's like if you're in batch 7, you know, you might have the problem. I'm just saying, like, it's easier to track these sort of things this way. And from a consumer visibility standpoint, this is huge. This is a huge win. So everything they've been doing, in my opinion, is a positive thing. I haven't seen them do anything negative. You know, and I can't say the same for a lot of other laptop manufacturers. But everything that they've been doing is a good thing, in my mind. And the laptop looks like a Linux laptop. It looks cool. This looks like a cool laptop. It doesn't look like it's the coolest looking laptop, but I like the modularity. I like the customization. I like that you can choose which ones. So, like, let's see. If I was going to get one of these, I would go HX370. So that would be batch 7. And then here we go. If I'm going Linux, I would get the Radeon RX 7700S with the expansion shell, so I can remove the GPU and run it as a thin and light. Or if I was going to go Windows, I'd probably get the 5070, although the 5070, what's the price? So the 5070 is $650. The 7700S is $350. So actually, you know what? The price is actually not bad when you think about it. A 5070 in this dedicated form factor for the laptop, $650 for that, that is not a terrible price. And also the 7700S, this is an older GPU. And in fact, this is one of the few companies that actually lets you choose an AMD discrete graphics card. But yeah, if I was going to build a Linux machine, I would get the AMD because of the Linux drivers. 5070 for $300 more. I mean, that's going to make it expensive, though. That's already up at like $2,500. Okay, let's see. We're doing like a Windows machine. We'd get this 5070. This is going to outperform the 7700S by about 20 to 30% faster in gaming. So if I was focused on gaming, I would probably get the 5070, since that's the best option for the gaming. But if I was going to do a Linux box, I would go with the 7700S. That saves $300. I would get the expansion shell so that if I wanted to remove the GPU and run it as a regular laptop with just integrated graphics, and I want it to be lighter and smaller, I would go with that. And then the RAM, you gotta go 96 gigs. However, I would actually bring my own because I already have 96 gigs of 5600 DDR5 SODIMM. So yeah, I don't actually need the 96, but I would go 96. And then primary storage, I would bring my own. And then I would want them to include a 2232 terabyte. So I would configure it this way. And then operating system, I would go Linux, bring your own. And this is interesting. So Framework is actually using the 240 watt power delivery over USB-C. So this is similar to what we just talked about with USB 4 version 2 supporting 240 watt power delivery. So man, this laptop is doing up to 240 watts over USB-C. The nice thing about that, if you have a Thunderbolt 5 docking station, you can use the docking station to charge the laptop. So you can literally have 2 chargers. You can leave this one in your bag when you travel, and you can use the Thunderbolt 5 dock to charge the laptop at the desk. So definitely get one of those. And then the bezel, I want the black bezel. 2nd gen English. So so this is the Linux keyboard. It doesn't have the Windows key. It has the Framework super key, and it has the regular right control. Otherwise, if you go Copilot, you get the Copilot button and the Windows logo. So for all those Windows fans who are now on Windows 11, because Windows 10 is no longer supported by Microsoft as of this past Tuesday. So you get that Copilot one, or you can just get this one. And then they've got all the other languages too. So if you want Spanish, get the Spanish keyboard. It's got the enter key. That's like the European style enter key. Do they have the Japanese keyboard? They have a Korean keyboard. What? They have a Korean keyboard, but they don't have a Japanese one? What's up with that? Traditional Chinese, they got the Chinese one. So they got the Taiwan and China style right here. But anyway, so let's just go with the English. And then input modules. I want 2 black spacers. Yeah, I want the black spacer. It's got to have the black spacer. It's got to be that one, not these other ones. I don't want the LED matrix. I don't need that. I want the numpad. Give me that numpad. Give me that numpad. I want the spacers and the numpad. But see, this is what I like about this. This is what I like about this. If I want to use the numpad, I can put the numpad in and make it asymmetrical. But if I want it to look like a Mac, and if I want it to be symmetrical, I can just take the numpad off and put the spacers on, and now it's symmetrical. Now it looks nice. So I like that you could do this. This is like the coolest gimmick that this laptop offers. And this is like I'm saying gimmick, but it is legit cool that it can do this. And there's like no other laptop that can do this. Which means I can take the framework, if I want it to look like my P16 with the numeric keypad over here, I can do this asymmetrical numeric keypad style. But if I want it to look like a Mac with no numeric keypad and make it all symmetrical looking, I can do it too. It has the best of both worlds. So really cool. So we want the numpad and we want the spacers. Expansion cards. Okay, here's where it gets crazy. I want all of them. Give me all of them. I want 2 USB-C. Give me the aluminum one. Give me the aluminum one. 2 USB-C, 2 USB-A. Give me that HDMI. Give me that display port. Give me that Ethernet. I know, oh, it's going to stick out. But you never know when you need the Ethernet. Give me that Ethernet. Give me that micro SD. Give me that SD. Give me that 3.5-inch audio combo. I need all of them. Okay, so you can only do 6 at a time. My default would be 2 USB-C, 2 USB-A, and 1 HDMI, and 1 3.5-inch audio. Or maybe I would swap the HDMI for the full-size SD slot. So those will be my 6. I have to have the 3.5-inch audio. I gotta have my 2 Type A. I gotta have my 2 USB-C. And the nice thing with the USB-C, some of the ports support full-fat USB 4 Gen 1. So you get USB 4 on this Framework 16. You gotta plug it in up here. You gotta put your USB-C on the top left and the top right to get the USB 4 out of it. Otherwise, if you plug it into the middle ones or the lower ones, it's going to be USB-C like 10 gig. But it does have 40 gig USB-C. When I saw that, I was like, oh man, I regret buying the ThinkPad. I probably would have rather wanted to get one of these. Because it's upgradable. It's cool. And I kind of want to support a company that's doing this kind of thing because they're a startup. So that's cool, man. I really, really like this. Dual exhaust, expandable GPU. Perfect for Linux. Wow. It's getting kind of pricey, though, with all these add-ons. I don't need the external storage. So, yeah, you're looking at $2,800. So it's under $3,000. But you could get... also, the power button has the fingerprint reader. That is even better. That is like the cherry on top. The fact that it has the fingerprint reader on the power button. Just like on the ThinkPads. Because it's got to have the fingerprint reader. None of this stupid, like, typing in the password when logging in. So, man, this is the real deal right here. So you can do the DIY edition, ships December. That is cool, man. If I did not already upgrade, I probably would get one of these. It's pricey, though. It's definitely a lot more money than the ThinkPad P16S that I have. However, I gotta think about this. I need to try to spec it the same way my current laptop is spec'd. So my current laptop has the exact same CPU. I do not have a DGPU, so I have to remove that. So that does cut the price down quite a bit. My laptop, but here's where things get kind of crazy. So my laptop came with 96 gigs of RAM from the factory and a 2 terabyte 2280 and an empty second. So, and it came with Windows 11 Pro. And then it came with a 100 watt charger, USB-C charger. So, yeah, how is it more? Oh, because I added all the RAM.
Got new Tachyon, it's all white and 10-layer PCB.
Oh, the Gigabyte X870 Tachyon. Yeah, we can look at it. You know, I don't think I've actually looked at the Tachyon in a while. Yeah, Tachyon, though. Let me bring that up here. X870 Tachyon. Aorus Tachyon and Ice. Yeah, this one. There it is. Oh man, they're going really all in on the debugs. They got, you know how people are complaining about lack of motherboards with the postcode debugs? Tachyon's got two postcode debugs. They got two. They got two of them. This looks like it can run dual graphics cards at X8 speeds, Gen 5. Alright, at least it looks that way. All these right-angled connectors, HDMI down here. This is going to be on a test bench. Let's see what it has. So it has, there it is, USB 4 version 1 with a 4K up to 240 Hertz over USB 4 with DisplayPort alt mode as of the ASMedia ASM4242. 5 gigabit LAN, Wi-Fi 7. It has, yeah, it's got the dual X8 GPUs, Gen 5 speed. It has an M.2, which should be Gen 5, and it is Gen 5. They have the 4 SATA. And they have 2 more M.2s, so 3 M.2s. And that makes sense because that's going to be chipset and chipset. This one runs 2 lanes. So does that mean they have 10 gigabit networking? Oh no, they have 5 gig. Hold on. So this is non-E, which means it has 8 Gen 4 and 4 Gen 3 on the chipset. So here's 4 of them. Oh no, here's 4 of them. Here's 2 more. These are all your Gen 3 because they support RAID. So that means you have 2 more. Okay, so 1 for Wi-Fi and 1 for LAN. So yes, every single lane is accounted for. They're not wasting any resource on this motherboard. Everything is in use that could be used. So that's good on Gigabyte. So yeah, they're doing everything they can on this one. That's good, man. This is a good motherboard. This is definitely an overclocker's motherboard, though. 10 layer. This thing could probably run DDR5 8400 or above. Not that it's really practical to do that. But you could easily run DDR5 8000 on here. Or you could run 128 gigs of DDR5, 2 64 gigabyte DIMMs. 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, look, it's got the red. So it's got your 10 gig USB Type A, your 5 gig USB Type A. And it has, where is this USB 4? It said it had USB 4. This is USB 4. But I guess it only has one USB 4. Oh, one USB 4. Ah, man, they could have fit the second one on there. The ASMedia has 2, so they're only giving you one of them. That's the one thing I'm gonna ding this motherboard on. They didn't have to. I mean, there's plenty of space on here to fit that one. They could have taken away one of these regular USB and put the second USB 4. I would much rather have the dual USB 4. That's the one thing I don't like. It's not giving you the full dual USB 4 ports. But yeah, other than that, it's a good motherboard. I mean, you can plug in a third graphics card off of this. You can run triple GPUs on here. 2 on the board and 1 off a USB 4 docking station. Off of an eGPU right here. So yes, triple GPUs, 10-layer PCB. 1 outside GPU, dual indoor GPU. Yeah, that's cool. And it's got the M.2 here. Is the other one on the back? Oh no, there's some on that go under here, yeah. Wait, this is ATX, isn't it? This looks like an ATX board. Yeah, this is an ATX. Or is this MATX? No, that looks like ATX. No, this is not ATX. This is EATX. What is this? This is an EATX board? Yeah, this is an EATX. You can tell by looking at it. Remember what I told you guys? I always look at the screw. Look at the top right screw hole. The motherboard's supposed to end right after that screw hole. It extends further out. This is an EATX. This thing's as big as the ROG Extreme. Wow. This is almost as big as the Godlike. 10-layer PCB? Man, if they were going to make it this large, they should have added the second chip. They should have made it X870E. I've never heard of a X870 that's EATX. They could have added the second chipset and made it have, like, another X4 or another M.2 or something. Either way, though, this is like a super high-end overclocker's board. No dual double. Yeah, I know, right? Well, that's why I really wanted it to have that. I mean, they are putting the PS by 2 on here, though. No one else is doing that. But I guess heavy overclocker boards do that. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Optical audio. Yeah, I know it's for extreme overclocking. But I'm just saying, because they made it EATX, they might as well... They should have just made it X870E and put more lanes on there with the second chipset. Yeah, but see the problem? The problem is this is going to compete with, like, the Apex from Asus. And the Apex is a full X870E. So people are going to look at it and they're going to be like, well, okay, if they're doing hardcore overclocking, then maybe it doesn't really matter as much. But even then, you'd be surprised. There are still some people who want to overclock and then they still want all the connectivity. So there's people that are probably going to be comparing this to the Apex. And they're going to notice that the Apex has more M.2 connectivity. The Apex has another USB 4 port. The Apex has a dedicated X4 down here or up here because it has more lanes, because it has the second chipset. So there's things like that that are kind of making it... they're gonna favor Asus, but this is probably gonna cost less than the Asus. So maybe the price can factor in. Is this $600? See, I think this should be no more than $500 myself, because it can be $500, but even then at $500, remember, it's still only single chipset, so it's missing those lanes. But overclockers are not going to care that much. They're going to overlook that. But for $600, I think it needed the second USB 4. And, okay, it's got the button. It's just weird because it's EATX. So EATX is going to cause it to cost more. It has more stuff on the PCB over here for the overclocking tools. You did the build in, where is it? You did in what Discord? In which one is it in? Oh, in the general? Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah, hey, what type of RAM are you using? I see the RAM, you got fancy RAM sticks. How'd you get that Founders Edition 50 series GPU? Or what is that 50 series GPU? Because those are like impossible to find from Best Buy. And I see you've installed something in the lower slot. Is that like a what, 40 gig network card or something? What's in the lower slot? Copper, what? Oh. Oh, I see. For the RAM. It's an Optane drive? Yeah, that's something you don't see every day. Yeah, U.2. Okay. Yeah, man. But see, the thing about doing that, if this was on the Apex, you could install the Optane without taking lanes from the GPU. That's the only thing. Because by installing the Optane drive, your GPU is only running at 8 lanes now. So you're only getting half the bandwidth over PCIe. Now, because your GPU is Gen 5, it's not a big deal because you're running Gen 5 8 lanes, which is equal to Gen 4 16 lanes. So it's really not a big deal because you're on a Gen 5 GPU. I'm just saying, like, if this was the Apex, you could plug the Optane drive into the chipset X4 slot, which I believe is an open-ended slot. And you'd have to probably remove a heatsink. Yeah, see? See? The Apex has an X4 above the GPU. In addition to also having the dual X8. And it even has this weird open X1 that probably no one would use because the GPU would probably interfere with it. I mean, that's good for like a sound card. But see, this is the thing, guys. The Apex, if someone's going to look at these two boards, they're going to be like, man, the Apex has like all these PCIe slots. Oh, the Apex has more M.2 drives. Oh, the Apex has a DIMM.2. And the reason why is because Asus went with dual chipset. I don't know why Gigabyte didn't go with dual chipset. I mean, this board is still a really good motherboard. I'm just saying, like, they went and made it eATX. They probably should have included the second chip. That would have put it in a much better running against the Apex here. Because Asus went and did X870E. But yeah, the Apex is more money. This is definitely like $150 more than the Tachyon. So there's that. So yeah, I mean, Tachyon's still good. It puts the socket at a 90-degree angle, kind of like on Threadripper. And it's big eATX, so it's got that wide stance. So really, really good for like a test bench. Like if you were running this on an open test bench and you're gonna do like maybe LN2, but not even LN2. Like if you're doing like chiller or dry ice or any of those things, yeah, this would be a really nice motherboard to do a lot of that with. But because of that second chip, the Asus is getting that extra X4. It's got that extra X4, which doesn't take lanes from the graphics card. So that's really nice. And it's open-ended. So if you were going to run the Optane in here, and if the Optane has a physical X8 or 16, you'd have to take this heatsink off of this M.2 slot here, and then you'd have to run it like that. I have to do something similar with my Godlike board, because the Godlike has an open-ended X4 at the very bottom. So, yeah. Yeah, these are the overclocker boards. So it's nice to see Gigabyte finally, the Tachyon is out there, and it's got all the really good buttons there. I like that it has that dual display. It has a HDMI internally soldered on the board here for like a diagnostic readout on a monitor. So they did think of a lot for overclocking scenarios. The BIOS switch, it's dual BIOS. You can see there's your BIOS switch. So it does have dual BIOS. That's something that it's very rare to see in 2025. So it does have that. Oh, and the other thing that it does a lot better than Asus, it doesn't scratch your GPU because it has the button. It has the button. Asus has the, I'm going to scratch your graphics card because you got to take it out by leaning it this way and popping it out. And so, yeah, that's definitely big points in favor of Tachyon. You don't have to worry about scraping your GPU's PCIe finger. That's a big problem with Asus boards this generation. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, my A380 is scraped up. One of my 700 XTXs is scraped up real good from that crosshair board. I have not dared to try to install my 5090 Astral in the Crosshair for that reason alone. It's like, $3,000 GPU in a motherboard that can scratch the fingers on there? I don't think so. What motherboard from Asus do you have? The Tachyon is a nice looking board, but you'd rather go with the Apex. Internal HDMI will become the industry standard. It'll become the industry standard. I'm not sure I follow. Why would an internal HDMI become an industry standard? How many people are going to be running HDMI cables inside their case? This is definitely something more for overclocking. Or I guess you could plug a, I don't know, like a mini display could go in here, but then Windows would see it as another monitor. Like, I don't know, why would... I don't know. To me, I would personally never use this unless it was on a... You have two Wi-Fi gaming. That doesn't tell me anything, dude. Like, what generation? Is it X870? Is it X870E? Is it Z890? Oh, you have X870E? How often do you remove your graphics card, though? If you're not like a YouTuber that's benchmarking GPUs, then it's probably not a problem. Try swapping your GPU out 12 times. I mean, the problem with that board is like if you don't want to use the, what do they call it? The Q. It's a feature that they call it to quickly remove the GPU. If you don't want to use it, it's really hard to press down on the tab to take it out the traditional way because they use some kind of weird spring mechanism in there that locks it in place. So if you're not tilting the GPU to get it to come out, so, yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel they're definitely going to revise it. They've already announced that they're going to revise it because of the problem. And the problem affects not just the top slot. Because the nice thing about it is it's convenient in that it affects, or it applies not just the top slot, the lower slot also has the feature. So you could put a second GPU down there, but then when you take it out, the way they show you, it's like you run the risk of scratching the little connector that goes, the small PCI finger can get scratched. So it doesn't really damage the GPU. It's a cosmetic thing. It causes it to have this little scrape on the finger there. Because they have this sharp point right here, you can kind of see it. I don't know if it's, yeah, where the mouse is pointing. Right there, when you tilt it up, they have a mechanism inside the PCI slot that basically pushes up on the finger to push it up and out of the slot. That thing is really sharp, and you have to tilt it one way to get it to come up. Because you're tilting it this way, that sharp thing basically like scrapes into the PCI finger on the GPU, and that's why it is a problem. But Asus has already acknowledged that, and they're going to have to revise the design for the next generation. I mean, it's a nice feature. I like it personally because when I first got the motherboard last year, I was like, oh, this is great. I don't have to push a button anymore. I don't have to pull on a latch or click something. It just comes right out. But yeah, it's gonna cause a cosmetic looking defect on the finger over time if you're swapping GPUs a lot. So, but if you're someone who just installs it in there and then it's like, okay, it's gonna be in there for like years, then it's not really a problem. But if you're someone like me who upgrades and swaps the GPUs all the time, yeah, probably better off with something with a more traditional button like what Gigabyte's offering. The only thing you can do is you can try, like I was saying earlier, you can try to remove it the traditional way, like pressing down on the tab. The problem is, it's super hard to press the tab. For some reason, because there's this spring mechanism that they have underneath the slot that holds the tab, it's not like the old tabs where you can just press down on the tab and it'll just quickly unlatch. It's one of those where it's like you have to put so much force on the tab to get it to finally go down, and then it will release the GPU to the point where it's like, I don't know. I'd rather just remove it the way that they tell you to and run the risk of scraping it, because it's just way more convenient to do it that way. Well, you don't have a motherboard that has this problem, HTZ. Your motherboard is the older generation that has the button. The only motherboards that are affected by this are X870E, X870, B850 that has this feature, if they have this feature, and Z890. The Intel Arrow Lake boards that have this feature all have the same problem. So basically, current generation Zen 5 motherboards and Intel Arrow Lake motherboards have this problem. This does not affect any Asus motherboard that uses the old latch button-based system to remove GPUs. This only applies to the most modern motherboards from Asus that have the feature. It's called, what do they call this thing? It's like Q latch? Yeah, this one. No, that's M2Q latch. This one. PCIe slot Q release. That thing. See how that guy took that out? See? He held on. He held it. You're supposed to pull, like, you're supposed to tilt it toward the front of the case as you pull it out. The problem is that little thing right there. Underneath it, there's like these two sharp points that push up toward the slot, toward the GPU to get it to push it out of the slot. And those things, because you're tilting it this way, as it's rotating this way, it rubs against that sharp edge. And that's what's scraping or has the potential to scratch the side of it, the finger. It's the smaller finger that gets scratched. This only affects motherboards that have this feature from Asus. The Q Release, whatever they call it. Q Release Slim. Q Release Slim. X870, X870E, and Z890. Asus motherboards that have the Q Release Slim are prone to this problem. Anyway. Going back to framework, what I was saying earlier. So yeah, it ends up getting like really, really pricey. So that's the one. That's another problem with them being small. Because they're a small company, they don't have what's called economies of scale. Or their economies of scale are not going to be anywhere close to what companies like Lenovo and Dell are capable of doing, because those guys are able to manufacture so many more. They're able to buy way more quantities of the parts. And that's why the old saying, the more you buy, the more you save. That is so true when it comes to supply chain. Because if Dell wants to buy or offer, 96 gigabytes of memory on a laptop, they can buy a ton of these modules from Crucial, from Samsung, or I guess from Micron, Samsung, and SK Hynix, and offer them at more competitive pricing. But also the lead times. The lead times are a huge, I don't want to say issue, but it is a challenge It's a challenge for a smaller company to have to deal with. Lead times and also being price competitive because they don't have the sort of volume quantity of parts compared to these larger companies. So, because this is significantly more than the P16S that I have. And I've spec'd it basically the same. Yeah, I've spec'd it the same. Actually, hold on a second. Let me see here. I've got the numpad. I've got two USB 4. I've got two. Let me see. Let me make sure the ports on my laptop match this thing. So I have an HDMI. I have an RJ45. I have two at Type A. I have the 3.5-inch jack. So the only thing I don't have this display port thing. And I don't have this. And I don't have this. So I have this, 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 and this, and this, and the same quantities. But see, even then, okay, so speccing it the same spec as my laptop, it is still over $1,000 more than my laptop. And it's spec'd the same. It's like spec'd almost exactly the same. LED keyboard, numeric keypad, 2 terabyte SSD, 96 gigs of RAM. Windows 11 Pro was included. The AC adapter was included. Yeah. So it's hard to choose this when you can get a ThinkPad for like $1,200 less than this with the same specs. It's tough. It's tough being a new company like this because the customers are always going to want to pay less, but it's like very hard to compete on price because you can't really feasibly can't do it, otherwise you'll go out of business because your competition is offering so much more volume. They have way more volume, so they can charge lower prices. And they have well-established supply chains. So, yeah, it's tough. This is a really nice laptop. I like what they're doing overall. I really like the concept of the mission of Frameworks company. Like, their mission statement is really good. I hope that they will stick around and keep growing because as they grow, they'll get better. They'll be able to be more competitive with the big players in the space. They don't even have to be competitive with like the top tier laptop companies. They only have to compete with, from my point of view, they only have to become competitive with like Acer, Gigabyte, MSI, these lower tier laptop companies. And they kind of already are, but in terms of price, they're not. So that's for what they're offering. Like, the build quality is good, though. I like the look of the laptop. So, they don't have any severe flaws, from what I can tell. Yeah. This is, like, the perfect Linux thing, though. Like, if someone wanted to build a Linux laptop without going ThinkPad. Because the easy answer is just get a ThinkPad. Anyway, I like what they're doing with this. They also have a desktop. And the desktop is Strix Halo. So that's really cool. They have Strix Halo as their desktop platform. That is really, really cool. So you can get a mini PC from Framework that has the Ryzen AI Max Plus with 128 gigs of unified RAM, running at DDR5 8000 speeds. So batch 15. So batch 13 and 14, the 128 gig model is sold out. So how much is this thing? So this is like 2,000. Is this... So even here I can already tell this is going to be more expensive than the GMK Tech GMK Tech comes with a 2 terabyte and a bring your own option for the second drive. It comes with Windows 11 Pro. This is whatever. The AC cable, whatever. Just whatever. Fill these options here. Quick select that. And then the tiles and whatever. All right, expansions cards. The GMK Tech comes with 2 USB 4. It has like, oh wow, it has like so many USB A. It has how many USB A are on that thing? It has, I think it has 3 on the back and 2 on the front. It's got like 5 USB A. It does not have micro SD. It has an SD card reader, I think, if I remember correctly. It definitely has an Ethernet 2.5. This is a 2.5 gig. So they're same as GMK Tech. And it has dual 3.5-inch audios on the GMK Tech. So the thing about this is this actually, hold on a second. This already has, if I remember correctly, it has some already. Okay, yeah, it has HDMI, it has dual USB 4, it has DisplayPort, and it has dual DisplayPort and HDMI. You can drive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors. You can drive 5 monitors off the framework. That is more than the GMK Tech by 1. The GMK Tech has an HDMI, a full DisplayPort, and dual USB 4. It does not have the second DisplayPort, but it has 2 3.5-inch combos. It has 2 of these 5 gig USB 3, and it has like 2 USB 2 and a 5 gig. So, okay, so hold on. So I need to redo some of this stuff. So I don't need any of these. Yeah. And instead I need only 3 of these. I don't need this. And I only need 1 of these. So that's to match. But remember, Framework can only let you install 2 of these. So realistically, this is pointless, what I'm doing here. I only really need like 1 of these and 1 of these. And that's basically, I don't actually need that. It'd be nice to have that. I don't need this, or I guess I could use this. So yeah, that's basically it. And okay, they offer a handle. That's cool. So $2,500 for the fully loaded Strix Halo platform from Framework. So this is, so the MSRP for the GMK Tech with the exact same APU is $2,000. So this is $535 more than the GMK Tech. Now this is going to be quieter because this is using a big 120 millimeter fan, whereas the GMK Tech uses dual blower style laptop fans that can get kind of loud if you're trying to play games on it. So this is definitely going to have better acoustics than the GMK Tech. And this actually has a PCIe X4 slot inside. The GMK Tech does not have that at all. So in that regard, the Framework actually is one of the few mini PCs that I've seen that actually offers the full fat lane configuration of Strix Halo. Meaning Framework is not leaving anything on the table. GMK Tech shortchanges you 4 Gen 4 lanes. These last 4 lanes are literally wasted on the GMK Tech. They're not used. They're not exposed to the user. There's no way to solder anything to them. There's no way to even access them on the GMK Tech. So that is very disappointing on the GMK Tech. GMK Tech gives you 2 NVMe drives, just like Framework. But Framework exposes the remaining 4 PCIe lanes on their motherboard. And Framework, to my knowledge, looking at this, is using a standard ITX or some form of ITX form factor on their physical motherboard. So they are actually a better option if you're someone who wants a fully featured, no compromise Strix Halo platform in a mini PC form factor. So this is probably the one that I would recommend. But it comes with a caveat of having to wait, and it's more expensive. It's essentially $500 more, and the GMK Tech goes on sale. In fact, when I purchased mine from Micro Center, mine was like $1,700. So I paid $1,700 for my Strix Halo GMK Tech mini PC with the full fat 128 gigabytes and everything enabled. So that's significantly less than this. So it's hard to it's hard to go with Framework just because of the price. Like, that's the one thing, the price and the lead times. But I really like what they're doing. So this is a company that I'm going to be following closely over the next several quarters to see like how they keep on trucking along, because I think these guys are really good. I really like what Nirav's doing. I think this is a great startup. This is probably one of the coolest startup companies that I've come across in recent history. And I totally understand why Linus initially invested money in this company, because I think what they're doing is really cool. So I like the concept. Framework overcharges for storage. I don't know about that. These prices look very similar to what I would see on Lenovo's site. So I don't think they're really overcharging that much. So if we do non-bring your own, like, okay, if I wanted to do this like bare bones, so I could, let's see, how can we make this like as cheap as possible? Because I already have SSDs. I don't need an SSD from these guys. So none, bring your own. So you could drop it to like 2,000. Okay, so in that regard, I can get it close to the MSRP of the GMK Tech. However, GMK Tech still includes Windows 11 Pro pre-installed. So you're not getting Windows, which is like, okay, whatever. We can load Linux on it. And the other thing too is if we're going with Linux, Linux gives you better access to things like RDIMM. Now, I know you can run Vulkan for AMD for the AI models with LM Studio and all that stuff on Windows now. So it's less of an issue if you're on Windows today compared to like 2 years ago or even a year ago. But Linux is still going to be the way to go if you want the best AI performance with this platform. So really, the Windows license that comes with GMK Tech is not a huge deal breaker. So yeah, you can get this thing for like $2,100. Bring your own storage. It already has the 128 gigs of LPDDR5X because that's part of the APU. So that's kind of a non-negotiable. So yeah, they're not overcharging in that regard, because it's like the only markup really is going to be, I mean, what are they marking up here? I guess they're marking up the APU by like $250 or so, $300 maybe. But, you know, they're a startup, so I'm not going to hold that against them. They need to stay afoot. Otherwise, they'll just go out of business, and then things will just be like, oh, business as usual. Keep buying ThinkPads. Crucial just launched their new Gen 5 drive starting at $125 for 1 terabyte. You have an experimental PyTorch build on the PC with ROCm on Windows. Is definitely underbaked. Yeah, I was... So, funnily enough, you mentioned that. I was working on the Strix Halo earlier this week on Windows, trying to get stuff like Stable Diffusion running with ROCm. So the standard way that I got it working 2 years ago didn't work for me on the Strix Halo platform. I had to go with Comfy UI and some other like all-in-one package thing to get it to work. And I think in that setup, it isn't even using Rock'em. I think it's using Vulkan. So I don't know. I know LM Studio, all the stuff that I'm running on LM Studio, like the DeepSeek, all those things, that I know for a fact is running on Vulkan because I tried to plug in an external graphics card with the 4080 Super and it would not load the model with the 4080 Super because it kept saying, it kept giving me some Vulkan error. And I was like, oh, well, I know it's not going to work with CUDA because I don't have CUDA set up because I installed it for the AMD setup. And I'm trying to run it on the NVIDIA GPU. So it's like, it's trying to load something for Vulkan. And there's some kind of library or whatever that's not going to work with NVIDIA. So I'd have to either reinstall the whole thing for CUDA. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not about to do that. So unplug the external graphics card and go back to using the Strix Halo. The 8060S. Yeah, I've got it working on mine. It works fine with the man, there's so many different. The weird thing though, and this is kind of a thing that AMD needs to really work on. AMD really needs to step up in terms of trying to standardize. They need to make some kind of official repository on their website for a lot of these AI models. Because I feel like the ecosystem for AMD running AI is so like everywhere. It's just a huge mess. It's spread out. You got to go on Reddit and find like these links to like these GitHub pages that these enthusiasts wrote in their spare time to get these libraries working and all this stuff. And some of it's Rock'em, some of it's Vulkan, so some of it's Microsoft ML. You know, like it's all over the place. They really, really need, AMD needs to grab the bull by the horns, put it on their own website, kind of like how NVIDIA has their own site for a lot of these things, for a lot of the info that to read about this stuff, because the DGX Spark came out this week. We haven't even talked about that yet. That thing, I mean, there's like landing pages for this. There's all kinds of tools and resources on NVIDIA's website for all of the things for AI, as you can imagine. AMD, it's like, I can't really, it's hard to find anything useful. The most useful thing that I find from AMD are on their forums website. It's like they have a blog article about like, oh, Rock'em 7 is coming, or Rock'em 7 is here. And it's like, okay, do you have like a better landing page with actual stuff that I can reference? I don't have to go to Reddit for everything. Like, hello? Like, is anybody working on this? It's like, yeah, they're working on it, but it's like, okay, they're still working on it. It's like 6 months ago, I checked, oh, they're working on it. Okay. 4 months ago, they're working on it. Okay. Rock'em 7, oh, okay, we're working on it. We're working on it. It's always the same story. We're working on it. We're working on it. Okay, well, when is it going to be like plug and play, like point and click, easy, like NVIDIA? Like, come on, guys. Like, do you want a piece of this pie, or does NVIDIA need to keep all of it? Like, I don't know. It's weird. It works, and when it works, it's great. But the amount of hoops you gotta jump through to get things to work is not an ideal experience for the average developer. And this is the reason why, and this is probably the biggest reason why NVIDIA continues to dominate this space. And it's mind-boggling. It's like, how many engineers do you guys need to hire to like work on this full time? You know what I mean? Like, what? It's been like what, 3 years since ChatGPT went out into the world, and here we are, and it's like Rock'em. They've been saying Rock'em is coming to Windows. Rock'em is coming to Windows. Okay, use Microsoft ML as a workaround. Okay, it's been like that for 2 years. Now Rock'em's finally showing up. I mean, come on, people. Like, what is going on here? Was trying to run CUDA through that. Yeah, no, dude. Don't even bother. I tried doing that like 2 months ago. Nah, no. You gotta wait for Rock'em 7 to do everything. Rock'em 7 is supposed to fix everything. But there's all these forks for Vulkan and Microsoft ML for a lot of the image generation. And AMD's been working with Microsoft to improve the performance, and they kind of did that for RDNA 3. But now it's like, okay, what about RDNA 2? It's like, from AMD's perspective, no one cares. You need to upgrade, or at least that's kind of the impression that I get, because it's like, you go on Linux and it's like, okay, Radeon 7 is supported with ROCm for some weird reason. It's like for the 3 people and their cat that still has a Radeon 7. Those guys are supported, but like none of the RDNA 1 stuff is supported. So it's like, you gotta be on Radeon 7 or you gotta be on RDNA 3. Like, what? It's weird. Like, the official support is so weird. You need a proper driver and not a preview for... Yeah, it's so... It makes you really good at troubleshooting, though. I will say that. I feel like you get a lot better... Well, I don't know if you want to call running in circles trying to try different workarounds troubleshooting, but it's like... I feel like you get better at understanding how a lot of these interdependencies for all these different AI apps work. I don't know. So anyway, NVIDIA's DGX Spark launched this week, yesterday. I remember checking my local Micro Center. So last night, or was it like Tuesday night or Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, Micro Center, all the Micro Centers, and mine also is true, it said 25 plus in stock. 25 plus in stock. By the end of the day, I was thinking, man, DGX Spark is $4,000. There's no way they're going to sell out of that. They say they have 25 plus in stock at Micro Center. There's no way it's going to sell out. Guess what? By the time the store closed, before the store even closed that night, yesterday night, all sold out, gone. All the DGX Sparks, all 47 or 50 plus, however many DGX Sparks Micro Center, the local Micro Center had in stock, all sold out. All sold out. I was like, what? The DGX Sparks all sold out? What? Oh my goodness, the DGX Spark sold out. Dude, NVIDIA, it's like NVIDIA can do no wrong. It's like no matter what they release, no matter what they can charge whatever they want. They charge $4,000 for what is effectively RTX 5060. And for $4,000 for that. Now, okay, it's like a 5060 with 128 gig. What is it, like 128 gigs of RAM? Yeah, it's like a 5060 with 128 gigs of RAM. $4,000. Sold out day one. Sold out day one. For real, I was like, whoa, dude. Like, for real, people really did want this, apparently. It's like, whoa. Man, if they charge $4,000 for a 5060, imagine what they're going to charge for the 6090 next year. Imagine. $5,000 graphics cards for the consumer market are on the way. DGX Spark. DGX Spark. Yeah, this thing has all the stuff that you need to develop AI. ARM-based architecture. Not x86, it's using ARM. 20-core ARM. 5th generation tensor cores. 4th generation RT cores. 1 petaflop. 128 gigabytes of LPDDR5X. 256. Man, that actually looks a lot like Strix Halo. Strix Halo is a 256-bit with 128 gigs on the highest spec. Memory bandwidth. It comes with 4 terabytes of M.2 with self-encryption. 4 USB Type-C. One RJ45, 10 gigabit. It comes with a 10 gigabit LAN connection. And it comes with QSFPs. It has two 100 gigabit QSFP ports. They call them Connect X7 network interface cards for dual 100 gig load balance, total throughput 200 gigabit internet speeds. Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth. It's hilarious. It has this and it has Wi-Fi 7. I don't know why. Okay, it's got this thing and it has Wi-Fi 7. HDMI multi-channel audio output, 240 watts. That's the maximum that the USB4 version 2 supports over power delivery. One HDMI 2.1A. It does the NVIDIA encode decode. It has NVIDIA's own DGX operating system. This is definitely not Windows. It's not gonna be Windows. It's running on ARM. And it is 1.2 kilograms. So yeah, man, this thing sold out in the first day of release. I couldn't believe it. I was thinking, man, it's $4,000. No one, like, only the most hardcore developer people that are super enthusiastic about AI are gonna buy this thing. And it's like, it's sold out. I'm like, okay, apparently people are not tired of hearing about AI. Because that signals to me that we need to talk about AI more. Because that's what everybody wants to talk about, AI. Because this thing sold out day one, that means everybody's all in on AI. I wouldn't say this is... I would not say this is Strix Halo. That is definitely oversimplifying it. This is not Strix Halo. First of all, this thing is running ARM. It's not running x86. Strix Halo is x86. This is running NVIDIA's own DGX OS. It's not running Windows. It's, you know. So I would not say this is like Strix Halo. The only thing that they have in common is the fact that they both have the 256-bit memory interface on a unified memory architecture. And the top Strix Halo SKU is 128 gigabytes of LPDDR5X. So that is where the similarities end. In terms of connectivity, this thing has dual 100 gigabit QSFP interfaces, 10 gig LAN. I mean, this is something that is meant to be used in a lab for testing and verifying AI applications and AI solutions. Strix Halo technically can do that, but it is not meant to run in a... So this can, and this could run in a data center. It doesn't have to run in a data center. The thing is, it can be integrated into a data center workflow to verify application behavior. Strix Halo is not going to do that. Unless you somehow get, like, I don't know, how are you going to get a 100 gig interface card on Strix Halo? Like, I guess if you had the framework desktop, you could technically plug a 100, wait. I don't know. This is a Gen 4 X4 in here. You could do 40 gig. You could do a 40 gig LAN interface, like a QSFP 40 gig on Strix Halo. But, I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, the similarities die off pretty quick when you start looking at it from a development standpoint. Now, Strix Halo is definitely the way to go if you're a hobbyist who is trying to get into AI development and you're just starting out and you don't want to invest a lot of money up front. Now, $2,000 is, some people might be like, man, that does seem like a lot of money to invest in AI development. But compared to NVIDIA, you're paying like half the price. It's literally 50% the price of a $4,000 DGX Spark. This thing's $4,000. This one's like half the price, $2,000. So they're not similar. They're definitely not similar. We already looked at the minis for them. We talked about that earlier. That has USB 4 version 2. In fact, I already had to go back to it. Yeah, we already talked about this thing. Yeah, Mini's Forum is unique because it's the first device that offers USB 4 version 2 80 gigabit. So I don't know. What I want to know is what sort of magical USB 4 version 2 controller do they include in here? Because I can guarantee you that's not coming off of Strix Halo. They've got some kind of custom chip in there to provide that 80 gigabit USB 4 version 2. Maybe it's the Intel Thunderbolt 5 thing, and they didn't certify it with Intel. They bootleg put it in there anyway. Just call it USB 80 gigabit. I mean, because that's the only one that I'm aware of. I only know of JHL 9580. And that's Thunderbolt 5 from Intel, which is basically the same thing. That's the whole topic of this stream, is all about USB 4 version 2. Oh, this has double 10 gig? Okay, yeah, but I mean, double 10 gig, guys, is not the same as... That's not the same as dual 100 gig. This thing's dual 100 gig plus 10 gig. Just because. Do you guys know how much those QSFPs cost? So it's like this is not all... I mean, you still got to buy more stuff for this. I mean, unless you're only going to use it in a home lab with a 10 gig switch. Then it's like, whatever. But, which is probably what 90% of the people that are going to buy this are going to actually do with it. But anyway, yeah, this is cool. I mean, like the mini PCs are crazy this year, man. Like, I've never been so interested in mini PCs. Like, I know I do not do small form factor builds. And yet this year, we have all these insanely powerful mini PCs. These mini PCs are legit faster than probably like 80% of the desktops out there in the world today. These mini PCs, the Framework one, the Minis Forum, the Evo X2 from GMK Tech. Like, these things are really good. Man, you can run the really... It's telling you can run the big LLMs on here. The high power 320 watt. So this comes with like a 320 watt. Wow. The maximum spec on the power delivery though is going to be... For USB version 2, it's... Or USB 4 version 2 is 240 watt. Wow, yeah, that's cool. But that's what I'm saying, like next year, this is the beginning of USB 4 version 2. Next year, you're going to see a lot more USB 4 version 2. The motherboards that accompany the launch of Zen 6 will most likely have some form, or some variants of them will offer USB 4 version 2. And both AMD and Intel's next generation laptops will offer USB 4 version 2. Now, Intel's going to call theirs Thunderbolt 5, but that's effectively the exact same thing. You're on an 8845HS. That's from last year. That laptop series was last year. Kraken Point was AMD's 2024 laptop. Mobile platform. So we go back to Paint here. Let me scroll down here. So, let me see. So 2022 was Rembrandt. Am I spelling that right? Rembrandt. 2023 was Phoenix. Phoenix Point. 2024 was Hawk Point. 2025 was Strix Point. And Kraken. Well, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because remember, last year, AMD and Intel both activated panic mode, and AMD almost never activates panic mode. Intel activates panic mode whenever they feel threatened. But last year, both of them actually felt threatened from Qualcomm, from the Snapdragon X Elite launch. So Strix Point actually ended up launching earlier than it was supposed to. But this year was the true year for Strix Point. That's the reason why you see all of the really good laptops this year feature either Strix Point or Intel's new Arrow Lake. So, and then I guess, I don't know, I have no idea what's coming next. And then 2027 is going to be next gen. Like, I don't know. Like, does anybody even know what AMD's next mobile platforms are going to be called? We're talking mainstream. Oh, they had some... Okay, this is called, like, mainstream mobile. High-end... the gaming... like, what... I don't want to shoehorn this one into like gaming only. It's like because some of these are really good gaming laptops. This would be the high performance. So last year was Dragon, or was that the previous year? Dragon range. This year is Fire range. And I don't know what was before that one. I don't know what this was. I don't know what this was. Maybe Rembrandt was also... Rembrandt, I think, was also in here. I don't know, man. I don't know what these were. I don't know what was what here. Like, that was this. This was that. And then here... Special... Super Saiyan 3... stuff. Special Super Saiyan 3 stuff starts with this Strix Halo. 2026, I think nothing. 2027, next generation Strix Halo. So that's, yeah, they've got their Super Saiyan 3 technique in the mobile space, which is what Strix Halo is. They've got the high performance stuff for the gamers. And then they've got the stuff that actually people buy. Oh, is Medusa the thing? Is Medusa the one that they're doing? Or is that Medusa the... What is it? Medusa. What about Intel? Intel's got their own stuff too. Intel's got Panther Lake next year. Yeah, that's right. Intel has Alder Lake H, Raptor Lake H, Meteor Lake H, Arrow Lake H. This is the Intel of the mainstream of Intel. Is that right? What happened to their U series? I guess they don't have U series anymore. I guess this is what Lunar Lake's supposed to be. And then Intel high performance. Intel high performance was, I don't know. I really don't know. I still don't know. Maybe this was Raptor Lake HX. And this year is Arrow Lake HX. HX. These are the ones. This is the mainstream. Mainstream mobile. This one's the high performance. And then Intel doesn't have a Super Saiyan 3. Instead, they have like a Super Energy E. No. What do they say? They have a super. They have like a super thin and light segment. This one, Lunar Lake. Oh. Panther Lake H. I don't know what this is going to be. And then here, next year, 2025, the same as this year. This 2025 is this year. 2026, Panther Lake will replace... Panther Lake Small will replace Lunar Lake. I think these are the ones. Those are the stuff. So, what's unique about these things are meant to defeat a company called Apple. Apple's M series. Designed to defeat Apple. This is supposed to be the kryptonite for Apple. Defeat Apple. AMD's approach was to go all out, build this crazy, insane thing that has Super Saiyan 3 capability to defeat the M series. To prove to the world that x86 can be super good like the M series ARM. Intel took a different approach. Intel was like, you know what? We're going to prove to the world that x86 can have battery life and performance that can match Apple's ARM-based M series CPU. And that is what they did with the Lunar Lake. So they went with super energy efficient SoC, fully integrated SoC, including the memory. These guys went with balls to the wall, Super Saiyan 3 power, make it so powerful, make it so good, it just turns heads. They both went with interesting designs, fascinating products. These are some of the most interesting products to come out of the x86 space in a long time. Because here you've got your gamer slop. Here you have your gamer slop. Like, this is the stuff that no one buys. Like, you know, no normal person buys these things. But they're gonna buy this, and they're gonna buy this. You know, like, these are gonna be like super duper enthusiast, weird, giant, heavy bowling ball sized, like 7-pound, 18-inch laptops that are horrible on your back, carrying them in your backpack. It's just super annoying to carry around. That's what those things are. So that's why that's what I mean when I say no one actually buys these. So they're kind of like low volume, super high end, high performance, terrible battery life, loud fan noise under load, just heavy, loud, obnoxious, RGB vomit everywhere. You know, like, that's why I'm saying, like, people don't really buy these things. Okay, but people do buy these things. Like, these are the things that people actually pay attention to. It's like, these are the things. So like, I'll give you guys an example. This is Asus Strix gaming laptop. Okay? This is an Asus Strix gaming laptop. Or like a, what do they call these things? Scar, they have these weird names. This one over here is, oh, I don't know, Zephyrus, am I spelling that right? Zephyrus G16 or G14 G16. Or, oh, I don't know, maybe the ProArt P16. These are the far more appealing laptops, the thin and lights that can also play games. And they're also quieter, and they also have really good battery life. This is what I mean when I say these are the laptops that people actually want. Not the tough A15, which is one of these things over here. Or, I don't know. Sometimes there's overlap, so you know what I mean? Like, the stuff that people actually pay attention to are going to come out of these. Not these. I mean, some people will be like, oh, those gamer laptops, they look, I don't know, they're super high-end with super high spec. But they're stupid expensive, they're obnoxiously loud, terrible battery life, very heavy, not practical. The point that I'm making, if you're someone who's considering these, I'm not trying to tell you not to buy one of these type of laptops. I'm just saying, if you are looking at these type of laptops or laptops that feature Fire Range or Arrow Lake HX, or if you're trying to get a discounted Dragon Range or a discounted Raptor Lake HX, you really need to consider if it's better to just build a gaming desktop rather than getting one of these or these. Because you'll be much more satisfied with a gaming desktop if your goal is to play games versus spending money overpaying on one of these things. Similarly, if you want the ability, the flexibility to play games, but also have a laptop that has very good battery life, a laptop that is thin and light, or sleek looking, not necessarily super thin and light, but it has enough weight to it to feel substantial, but not also being super heavy. So basically, like if you want a laptop that is no more than 4 pounds. Let me see, 4 to kg. What is that in kg? 1.8 kilograms. So if you want a laptop that is about 1.6 to 1.8 kg, or around 4 pounds or less, you should definitely be considering these, not these. And if you're someone who is looking for some insane, crazy, innovative thing, that's where these are. Although the Intel one, it's hard for me to recommend the Intel one because I'm an enthusiast and I want something that has more than 32 gigabytes of RAM, especially because this is soldered memory. You cannot upgrade, meaning Lunar Lake is capped at 32 gigs of RAM, and I think that really, really hurts it, which is unfortunate because I really like Lunar Lake. But that 32 gig max memory is really the Achilles heel of the Lunar Lake platform. If only this had like 64 gigs of soldered memory, then it would be a lot better. But because it's stuck at 32, I don't know, man. It's kind of a short-lived thing, but it's a nice proof of concept. And since Intel was able to prove to the world last year that that x86 can have really good battery life and perform similar to an ARM-based CPU platform. But man, Strix Halo, I was really wanting to see this come out in a bunch of different laptops, but now that I've seen what the industry has created with these mini PCs, yeah, this thing is like a really, really nice mini PC. Probably the best, the premier mini PC platform right now for people who want thin and light. And all the capabilities, all the freedom, external GPUs, crazy AI, run the big AI models, allocate 96 gigs of VRAM, but not have to pay for an RTX Pro 6000. So yeah, this is like really, really good value for the AI crowd. So really, really good stuff. Strix Point is still plenty. Yeah, Strix Point is very good, man. Strix Point's real good. So honestly, out of all of these platforms, I wish I could just erase all these old platforms. Like, just get rid of all these old platforms. Alder Lake, Raptor Lake HX, no one cares. Like, get this stuff out of here. So, Meteor Lake is still around. You can get those on clearance sale now. Those are pretty good. Same thing with Hawkpoint. Hawkpoint has a new name this year, which is the Ryzen AI 200 now. Last year it was the 8000 series. Strix Point, though, is my favorite. Strix Point is definitely my favorite. It's so good. It's so, like, there's a reason why AMD panicked and launched this last year super early, last summer, to basically counteract the momentum that Snapdragon had, or I guess Qualcomm had with their Snapdragon and Windows on ARM. And Intel was kind of panicking too. Intel rushed out Lunar Lake, but Intel was still kind of delayed. So, but Lunar Lake did launch, but Lunar Lake, as you guys know, it has the limitation of the 32 gigs of RAM and all that stuff. And it doesn't have enough cores to really bring the multi-thread performance. So Intel was kind of stuck. Like, Arrow Lake has always been slated for this year. So they couldn't get Arrow Lake last year. When they tried to do Panic, they couldn't do anything. They were like, they're stuck. They were stuck with Meteor Lake, which nobody wanted. And then Lunar Lake only came out in November last year. It was late. Well, it's not late, but it was kind of late compared to everything else. So AMD really was the one who launched Strix Point early and kind of shut down the momentum with Snapdragon. Because people were like, oh, Snapdragon, that's cool. But then AMD brought out Strix Point and like, oh, well, Snapdragon has good battery life if the laptop literally sits there and does absolutely nothing. But as soon as you start using the laptop, it ramps up and it loses a lot of the efficiency. So, yeah, Strix Point is probably the best mobile platform that I've seen in a long time. It's very scalable. USB4 really makes Strix Point good because now you can use it with all the Thunderbolt docking stations that used to be Intel only. So now you can use Thunderbolt with AMD. And some of the manufacturers like Lenovo, they literally have the full Intel certification despite being on Strix Point. And it's great. It's super quiet. It has insane battery life. This is one of those weird CPUs that is gonna stick around for a long time because when it came out last year, it was probably the best thing, except for like Apple. Apple launched the M4 Max, M4 Pro. Those were really good when they came out too. But yeah, it was basically like, from my point of view, last year there were three choices for laptops. There was Snapdragon, there was get an Apple with the new M series, or get a Strix Point AMD. Like, Intel had nothing but Meteor Lake pretty much all of last year, and nobody really wanted that. Like, the only people who ended up with Meteor Lake were the people who don't know anything about technology, or the people who literally have their employer give them a computer for 3 years. And the employer is using Meteor Lake because they're getting a good deal from whichever OEM or ODM that they went with for the 3-year contract. So those are the people on Meteor Lake. A lot of people buy Strix Halo and DGX Spark to have bragging rights. Well, that's not exactly what we're talking about. Those things are more of... Those are kind of like weird niche products. Again, we're talking about things that people actually buy. Like, these are the things that you go into a Best Buy and you can buy one of these right now. You know, like, you're not going to find Strix Halo just sitting there in a Best Buy. You might find one in a Micro Center if you have Micro Center available. Or you can buy a framework. desktop that has one of them, but otherwise you're typically not going to find Strix Halo. You have the data, but you're still finishing off. Oh, you're eating a burrito? Ryzen Mobile 3D. Yeah, and that has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Again, we're not talking about HX. HX falls into this category, which is exactly what I said no one buys. So, yeah, so these are the ones that would be interesting to see the data on. Now, Meteor Lake has been in the market for a while, but Strix Point has also been in the market for a while. And I think Strix Point is probably going to be in the market for a very long time, throughout next year, I would imagine. In fact, I don't even know. I don't think AMD has a new mobile platform for next year. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't be surprised if all of the mobile parts from AMD next year are just a bunch of rebrands of Strix Point, Kraken Point. I guess they'll stop producing Hawk Point because Hawk Point, this is now the second year that Hawk Point has still been on the market, because Hawk Point is technically Zen 4. So if I was AMD, I would have stopped ordering any sort of Zen 4 CPU from TSMC, and I would have swapped over to everything Zen 5. Strix Halo would be a perfect laptop core for desktop replacements if they ever make models with the full. Oh, you're talking about a laptop? Yeah, and I've been waiting for one of those all year, and then I finally gave up and was like, okay, I'm just gonna get a mini PC. Gorgon Point for next year. Oh, is that supposed to be like the refresh? Okay, so hold on. Let's try to fill. Well, I don't know. I guess I should have kept those crossed out. But anyway, so next year, Gorgon Point. This is the one? Hold up. Let me see. Oh. Well, okay, so this. Drop-in replacement. Gorgon Point. Ryzen AI 9. All the way down to Ryzen AI 3. This looks like a refresh of Strix Point and Kraken Point, doesn't it? Oh, here we go. There we go. Wait a minute. Hawk Point's still around? Oh, they're calling them premium. I guess I should have classified them differently. Yeah, I lumped all of them as mainstream. But that's because what I meant to say is these are the categories of CPUs, APUs that laptop manufacturers actually pay attention to and actually typically make their best products with. Meaning the best Asus laptop, the best Lenovo laptop, they're going to feature these premium CPUs like Strix Point. Or maybe Kraken Point. But next year, it looks like Gorgon Point. So, wait a minute. Oh, Gorgon Point is basically going to be a rebrand of these CPUs. Just like how Kraken Point, or not Kraken, Hawk Point got rebranded this year. And wasn't Hawk Point a rebrand? It was like a revision to Phoenix Point, wasn't it? This is going to be a rebrand. So meaning if you're somebody who is thinking of upgrading to a new laptop, choosing something now is not really going to be anything different from the thing that's available next year. Except it looks like they're putting a little bit more tops. 55 tops on these other ones. I don't know. I'm curious like what those actually are. But they're pretty much going to be the same process node, same technology that what's already made on Strix Point or what's featured in Strix Point and Kraken Point. So it's not really going to be anything different. And it looks like Hawk Point is going to be carried over again. Why are they still doing Zen 4? Like, I don't know. I guess the deal that they're getting from TSMC is really good for those wafers. Phoenix plus NPU. Little cores. Well, the difference is these are not Copilot Plus certified because they don't meet the 40 top minimum requirement from Microsoft, where these premium ones do. Yeah, here it is. You can see the 8 cores right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, actually, these right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the media engine, I think, is right here. And then the integrated graphics block is this thing. And I think there's, depending on the model, it has 8 compute units, 12 compute units, or 16 compute units. The HX370 has the full 16 compute units. So these are going to be minor revisions to what they have now. Intel's going to do the same thing. Oh, actually, no. Intel's going to do Panther Lake next year. Yeah. Arrow Lake on mobile is actually quite good. Strix Point is just super strong, though. And I like that AMD is getting a lot of these mobile, like, handheld things. It's crazy. It's like you have all these smaller companies that are making all these weird gaming handhelds using all these various different AMD parts or chips. So this is basically what they've got. Like, they've got Strix Halo for the super high end. Strix Halo could, in theory, have a discrete graphics card physically wired over these PCIe lanes. But like I said before, it defeats the purpose of having the big 40 compute unit integrated GPU. But technically, it has the exact same lane count as Strix Point. So we go look at Strix Point. Oh, look, Strix Point, exact same things. The only difference is here, they're doing, X8, PCI Gen 4. You can put a DGPU on there. And then there's your NVMe. You can do a second NVMe with only 2 lanes right here, which is exactly what Asus did with the ProArt P16. Asus put a 5090 wired up to 8 lanes right here in the middle. They have the 2 NVMe, one with 4 lanes and the second with the 2 lanes. So the ProArt P16 is literally using this to the full potential of what Strix Point can offer. See, that's the reason why, in my opinion, this thing, if someone wanted a gaming laptop, I would say Strix Point plus a discrete GPU is the way to go. Like, personally, that's probably what I would do, but I don't really buy gaming laptops. But that would be what I would look for. I mean, the alternative, if someone is like insane, crazy, they want like, a real like gamer CPU, X3D, all that stuff, then Fire Range has Gen 5. Gen 5. But that's because Fire Range is basically the same as the desktop CPU. The desktop CPU, the AM5 CPU, has the same exact amount of Gen 5 lanes. So the only difference is here, the 4 lanes that would have gone to the chipset, they have wired it to the ASM 4242 as media control. Well, okay, it's optional. It's not required, but it's optional. So they take the 4 lanes that would have gone to the desktop X5 or X5 B850 or X870 chipset, and they can wire that to an ASM 4242 to offer USB 4 version 1 on a Fire Range laptop. So that is the Fire Range. So this is the gamer laptop, because this one's got the 9955 HX3D, and it literally looks like the desktop part. So this thing is going to have terrible battery life and use a lot of power, and I imagine the fans are going to be loud, it's going to be obnoxious, it's going to require like PTM thermal and all that stuff. It's like, man, yeah, I don't know. Like, this is not something that I would personally use if I wanted. Like, if I wanted to play games on a laptop, nah, I'd rather go with the Strix Point with discrete GPU. Thinner, lighter, better battery life, less noise. I mean, if your gaming is going to heat up regardless, but quality of life, the user experience on this sort of thing is going to be way, way better than on one of these. I mean, if you're considering this, you should just build a desktop, man. Like, for real. Like, what? Build a desktop. It's nice that it has Gen 5 bandwidth, but it's like, it's a mobile platform at the end of the day. It's never going to be able to take advantage of that the same way a desktop can. Fire Range is cool, though. It's kind of crazy how AMD has scaled out all these different platforms. And we haven't even talked about the stuff that goes in the handhelds, like the Z2 Extreme and like the Xbox Ally X. What's an ATA A5K? I don't even know what that is. You get a notebook? Like, what? That's not even a notebook. That's nothing, dude. Like, so you're saying you'd rather buy just a GPU by itself than a whole laptop? So you're basically proving me right. You're basically saying to build a desktop computer is what you're saying. Because that's literally what I just said a minute ago. Next gen Xbox codename Magnus. Medusa Point. Medusa? Oh, that's like 2 years away. Well, it's a little less than 2 years away. It's like a year and a half away. Medusa's gonna be like spring 2027. And then the real rollout will be next fall. Or no. Summer, fall 2027. So yeah, like 2 years from now. It'll be Medusa Point. But that's when the PS6 comes out. So those rumors might be true. I don't think they're wrong, just because you guys know that I've been saying for a long time that the PS6 comes out in 2027, at the end of 2027. Like November, December. November 2027 is PS6. And remember, I have not looked at any leaks. I've looked at nothing. And I just straight up say November 2027. Without knowing anything, November 2027. And I stand by that, and I expect that to be the release date. Or the release window. November 2027. Mark my words. Sony always launches in November. And it's always 7 years after the previous console. You take the launch of the PS5, add 7 years, that's your launch of the next console, of the PS6. That's all I do. That's literally all I do. I did the same thing with PS5. I calculated PS4 launched in November of 2013, add 7 years, PS5 launch. I declared it back then, and I was dead on the money. November 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, PS5 launched. So once again, I say it. Add 7 years from November 2020. That puts you at November 2027. Bam. There's your PS6 launch. Watch. Just watch and see. We only have about a little more than 2 years to wait. Sony operates on the maximum scale for product lifecycle for electronic devices. That's the reason why I can predict without any leaks. I can predict with such a high degree of accuracy. As long as you understand lifecycle concept, you don't need anyone to tell you leaks. You can just guess it straight up. I've been saying November 2027 for the last 2.5 years. You can go back and look through some of the episodes of Tech Thursdays. We've been saying it like last year we said it, 2 years ago we said it. I haven't changed at all. I've been saying the same thing over and over and over again. November 2027. PS6. Because Sony operates on the maximum life cycle. So I guess that will be the last thing we discuss on this live stream, even though we've talked about this on many live streams already. So I guess it wouldn't be a complete Tech Thursdays episode without the timeline. Without the timeline. Here we go. Timescale. 2013. How do we want to do this? 2023. 2033. We'll do 20 years. 20-year scale. 2013. PS4 launch. 2013. Now, Sony declares the following statements. They support the product ecosystem of a console's generation. The ecosystem, the software ecosystem, they say has a 10-year lifespan. That is not the same as a hardware lifespan. Typically, hardware. Wait, I don't need to remove that. Well, maybe we do need to remove that. Well, yeah, let's remove that because we're going to erase what we're about to write. So typically, hardware is, how should we say this? Hardware has a 3, 5, or 7-year life cycle. Now that doesn't mean that every single hardware electronic device only has to fall into a 3, 5, or 7-year life cycle. No. There are always exceptions. There are some platforms that will live like a way, way longer. There are other things that are supported for significantly longer. Some platforms die really, really early if it just straight up fails. Or they just don't really have much market impact, so they get discontinued early. Rocket Lake was an example of that. Intel's 11th gen was very short-lived. They sold it off really, really cheap. And they quickly moved to 12th gen as soon as possible. But typically 3, 5, 7-year life cycles. Now, what's a good example that proves this? Well, hardware support refresh cycles. An example of this. RMA support. RMA support. Now, we're not talking about consumer warranty. Consumer limited warranty is typically 1 year or maybe 2 years. It really depends. Sometimes 3 years. But 3 year, 5 year, 7 year. Now, another example of this is bulk hardware lease cycles are typically going to either be 3, 5, or 7-year life cycles. So they'll call them 36-month, 60-month, or 84-month. Is that right? Yeah, 84 months to 7 years. So a good example of this, let's say a company has 10,000 employees and it needs to purchase 10,000 laptops as company computers for those said employees. It will go to a company like Lenovo or Apple or Dell or HP, and it will basically have them bid on price, whatever, support, cost, TCO, that kind of thing. And it's going to be, those deals are going to go on a 3, 5, and sometimes, but much more rare, 7-year life cycle for those laptops. So this 3, 5, 7-year concept, I want to stress this point because this is what I have used as my guiding principles to always predict Sony's PlayStation launch. Because the quickest one can be 3 years, which we know Sony doesn't do that. What did I say earlier? Sony goes for the maximum life cycle. So they go for the 7-year life cycle. The 7-year life cycle. That is the key. 7 years. The console will go 7 years as their primary entertainment platform. So keep that in mind when we do this guesswork. So now, PlayStation 4 launched November 2013. We'll just say launched. PS4 launched 2013. So remember, key word, key concept, 7-year life cycle. So what does that mean? PS4 is going to have a 7-year hardware cycle from the launch of the platform to the EOL, or end of life. Add 7 years. That'll put us at 2020. And guess what was introduced in 2020? PS5. PS5 launched 2020, November. Oh, always seems to be November. Sony likes that month. November. I wonder why. Could it be because it's the holiday season and people are going to spend money on electronics? So, PS4 launched. PS5 launched. So now, again, 7 years. You add 7 years. Where would that put us here? 2027. Check when PS3 launched. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. PS6 will launch November 2027. All right, let's look at PS6 launched, or PS3 launched. PS3 launched, if I remember correctly, 2006. 2006 was the launch of the PS3. PS3 launched in 2006. You're thinking of Xbox 360. Xbox 360 was 2005. So, now, there's one thing I want to point out about this. This is a little bit different from these because this is from a different hardware vendor, a different hardware manufacturer who provided the solution. This was using IBM plus NVIDIA. So, you had IBM providing the cell processor, and you had NVIDIA, so this provided IBM's cell plus NVIDIA's reality synthesizer. the reality synthesizer. Now, this is a little bit different, so I don't really want to include this. There's a reason why I omitted this from the timeline. First of all, it goes way too far back. Second of all, this is from IBM and NVIDIA, whereas all the current consoles, including the future PlayStation 6, this is all the same chip supplier. These are all AMD. AMD CPU and graphics, AMD CPU and graphics, AMD CPU and graphics. So that makes it even more predictable than trying to look at when they go with other manufacturers like IBM. That this can sort of make my my rule of thumb not follow, because when you swap vendors like AMD, so like when Sony swaps from IBM to AMD, going from PS3 to PS4, it's harder for them to try to align their life cycle, because sometimes the R&D required by their supplier, in this case AMD or IBM with the PS3, doesn't really it doesn't always align. So that's the reason why I don't want to include the PS3, but the PS3 just so happens to also align with this theory. Call it coincidence or whatever, but it still holds true with the whole 7-year thing. Now, the PlayStation 2, there's an interesting story there, because if you're going to try to bring the PlayStation 2 into this discussion, now you have to consider the fact that there was also management changes at the top. There was a lot of other things at play there, which further conflict with this theory of the 7-year thing. So that's why that doesn't really apply here. Also, Sony was not that experienced doing this, so you don't have a developed pattern, you don't have a developed cadence when you're newer to doing this kind of thing. So that's why PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, you can't really determine any sort of patterns in that, because it's like they're new to this sort of market segment. It's a new business unit for them. So you can't really say, oh, 7 years from PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2. No, that doesn't really apply, because there was no PlayStation market before PS1. So they had no idea like how successful it was going to be. So none of this logic can be applied to what happened with Sony in the 90s. It's the laws by which they were governed back then, in the sense of computer hardware changing so fast. The gaming market was so relatively new. There wasn't even any big established players in this space. I mean, obviously Nintendo was doing their thing. There was just too much stuff. You have to go back and look at the history of Sony and the PlayStation brand and how they got started, and how there was like this whole thing with Nintendo at first, and then it fell through, and then Sega was still around doing hardware. So none of the 7-year stuff can be applied to what happened in the 90s. Things changed way too fast, and were way too fluid in the 90s to make any sense or any correlation with the data. So this logic only applies once a company and a business unit producing a product line, in this case the PlayStation product line, is well established and has almost like a method of procedure that they can follow every single time now for each generation of console. So because all of these are x86 and all of them are based off of AMD's chips, it is very easy to predict with a high degree of accuracy when the PlayStation 6 will launch. So hence we arrive at the estimate of November of 2027. So it's basically 2 years and 1 month away. the PlayStation 7. And the PS5 Pro came out a year ago. So the PS5 Pro will go a total of a little more than 3 years. It'll be like 3 years and 1 month before the PlayStation 6 will succeed it. But PlayStation 5 will continue to be around until 2030. So 2030 will be the end of PlayStation 5. Sony typically operates on you've heard them say this themselves, 10-year life cycle for the software ecosystem. So sometimes the PC gamers don't like to hear that because that means that, oftentimes I hear PC gamers say that the consoles hold back gaming. They hold back innovation. Well, that's actually not true. Because a developer can make their game be as hard as they want to run, with as much terrible optimization or lack of optimization as they want, or they can optimize it as much as they want. It's totally up to the developer to do whatever they want. It has nothing to do with what the consoles are doing. In fact, the consoles, if a developer wants to launch their game on a console, oftentimes the console requires them to be more innovative because they have to try to work within the constraints of that architecture. And sometimes they can pull off some really good stuff. Look at the Decima engine games, for example. Death Stranding 2, we streamed that. That game looked fantastic and ran fantastic. Back when I played it this summer. So, the consoles, from my point of view, don't really hold back the generation. However, the consoles typically have a 10-year, at least the PlayStation consoles, have a 10-year life cycle. So the PS5 will be around for a long time still. It still has a whole, almost half a decade? Well, pretty much half a decade remaining, because it's going to go well into 2030 before it's finally retired. And even then, you'll have all the stragglers that keep gaming on the PS5 way into 2033. Just like how you still have people that are gaming on the PlayStation 4, even though it's now, 12 years old? So, yeah. So you've got all kinds of different groups of gamers. You have the gamers that are still gaming on PS4, and they get angry when they hear that stuff like Genshin Impact is going to end support on PlayStation 4, forcing them to have to either upgrade or go on to another platform and that kind of thing. And then you have the people that want to be on the bleeding edge, and they're like, oh, well, it's like they sold their PS4 as soon as the PS5 launched, or they switched to PC, and then they are constantly upgrading their parts all the time every year. So there's complete opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to the gaming market. Just play Genshin on their phone. Yeah, but Genshin on the phone, though, doesn't look or run that good. I mean, it runs okay on modern phones, but it doesn't look that good. And it plays differently, too. The UI is different. But yeah. So there was a statement earlier about Xbox. Someone was asking me about the Xbox. Xbox codename Medusa will launch in November. There was a comment earlier, explaining the Xbox situation, or... Oh, yeah, Mark was asking what is going on with Xbox. That is a good question. I actually don't know what is going on with Microsoft. So, we've talked about Microsoft's strategy before. Microsoft's strategy is... They say something and then do something else. So it's like they were all in on Game Pass. Earlier this year, they declared Xbox Everywhere. Then they declared the Xbox Ally X with in collaboration with Asus ROG. So, okay, now they have a handheld Xbox, but it's literally just a handheld gaming device. No, not really any different from a Lenovo Legion Go or the standard ROG Ally or whatever. So it's like, I don't know what their strategy is. I don't think Xbox has completely abandoned the idea of a traditional console. I just think Xbox might be, Microsoft in general, might be trying to rethink how they go to market with a gaming centric device. Certainly the handhelds, the gaming handhelds like the Steam Deck and all the x86 based ones like the Ally have piqued their interest in how can we go about capturing that market with the Xbox brand. Personally, I really think PlayStation and Xbox both need to move more into the same direction that Nintendo has gone, with a hybrid device that can be used in a handheld mode on battery, as well as a docked mode for traditional, your traditional console gaming experience, your big box console experience. So I really want to see both of them go in that direction. The Steam Deck with the dock, the Ally with the dock, like what we've seen from these hardware manufacturers that aren't even the traditional console companies, like companies like Lenovo with the Legion Go, MSI Claw, Asus ROG, and there's like a bunch of other ones too now. Like, I think these guys are kind of like the new upstarts in the gaming hardware space. And I really think Microsoft recognizes that has a lot of untapped potential there. And it's like, yeah, you can still game on a laptop if you want, but a device that could be used with a handheld, like a Nintendo Switch, for example, and then also dock it and then play it like a traditional console, I think that's probably the best solution. That's kind of what I want to see them do, or I hope they do that. I think both Sony and Microsoft need to do the same thing. So all these like rumors about Medusa Point and Medusa Halo and all that stuff, that could make for a really, really interesting hybrid solution, considering Medusa Point is a mobile platform from AMD that will succeed Strix Point. So we could potentially see a hybrid gaming device from both of them in 2 years. They cannot sell them. So the price increases are kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is because of, I don't actually know what's going on there. Like, and the Game Pass thing went up. Thousands of people even canceled the Game Pass subscription after the new price announcement to $30 a month. Yeah, $30 a month doesn't make much sense. But I always thought that I don't see how their pricing structure, the business model, is going to be profitable for them long term with the previous price. Because they're effectively giving away a lot of these games, not for free because you're paying the subscription, but you're like, from my point of view, when Xbox Game Pass first came out, I saw that as a method of subsidizing the cost of games. It's like Microsoft was basically partially funding or partially paying for the games that would end up being on Game Pass, and then the gamers' subscriptions were supposed to make back the difference. And then the idea was that the gamers would stay subscribed to Game Pass long enough for them to meet their ROI for that individual. And then you basically have the multiplying effect of having a bunch of people subscribe to Game Pass to kind of have ROI met. But I don't know. I guess maybe they weren't making their ROI fast enough, and they felt like $30 a month is a more quicker break-even point or something. I don't know what the deal is there, but I feel like Game Pass was sort of weird. Like, I always thought, how are they gonna meet ROI on this? Because it's like, and just for the record, I've never had Game Pass. Before anyone asks, I never had Game Pass. I still don't have Game. I mean, obviously now I'm not gonna have Game Pass, but I've never had Game Pass because the games that I play, and if you guys have watched any of the weekend live streams, you guys probably have a good idea of the sort of games that I play. And honestly, most of the games, probably I would say 85%, at least 80% of the games that I play do not end up on Game Pass day one. Like, I'll give you some exceptions to that. Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. That was on Game Pass day one. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black came out back in January. I think that one was also on Game Pass. So those are two games that I purchased both of those games, and I played both of those games, beat both of those games. Great games. But I never had Game Pass, so I basically bought the games, the normal, traditional way. But most other games, like Monster Hunter Wilds, Elden Ring Night Rain, Trails in the Sky, Silent Hill, I don't know, is Silent Hill F on Game Pass? Maybe it was, I don't remember. I mean, a lot of the games that I've played this year, the vast majority of them are not on Game Pass, and if I look at the games that I played last year, almost none of them were on Game Pass. I think maybe 2 years ago, Lords of the Fallen was on Game Pass. That was one, I think. Starfield 2 years ago, I think Starfield was Game Pass. I can't remember. Yeah, I think 2023 had a number of games that I played that were on Game Pass. But last year, there was like nothing. There was like nothing that I played was on Game Pass last year. And then this year, there was only like 2 games out of the, 5 or 6 games. And obviously, like, okay, I played Death Stranding 2. That's not going to be on Game Pass. And then I played Ghost of Yotei. That's also not going to be on Game Pass. So, I don't know. The weird thing is, where are the Microsoft exclusives? I guess, is Forza a Microsoft exclusive? Halo franchise, which I don't know. Like, I played Halo 2 a ton back in the day on the original Xbox, but I don't play a lot of first-person shooters anymore. Battlefield 6 came out. Didn't even bother playing it at all. Borderlands 4 came out. Whenever that came out, like a month ago or whatever. Never played that either. So it's like, those sort of games don't really appeal to me anymore the way they used to like 10 years ago or whatever. So I don't know. Like, most of the games that appeal to me now are actually either Sony exclusives or they're like multi-platform day one. And they're not on Game Pass. Case in point, Elden Ring Night Rain, Monster Hunter Wilds. Looking at my Steam list here, I have 186 hours in Elden Ring Night Rain. And I have 362 hours in Monster Hunter Wilds. So those 2 games alone make up probably, I don't know, 70-something% of my entire gaming hours this year. Maybe more, maybe 80%. Neither one of those games are on Game Pass. Shareholders aren't gonna sue over Game Pass. They're gonna vote. They're gonna vote somebody out. Shareholders don't sue. They vote. They vote yay or nay on stuff, on what the board should direct the company to do, and then if the CEO doesn't agree or whatever, then he's out. Or if the VP under him doesn't agree, they're out. Like, that's how Phil Spencer gets in the situations that he gets into. Well, see, my thing is, if I know I'm gonna play more than 100 hours in the game, if I'm gonna spend more than 100 hours on a game, I'm gonna pay full price for the game. Like, if I'm gonna keep playing it, like Monster Hunter Wilds, that game, I'm easily gonna do more than 500 hours in that game. Like, Monster Hunter World, I had over 1,000 hours in World. And I stopped playing World in like 2020 or like end of 20. Genshin Impact killed Monster Hunter World for me. I was gonna keep playing Monster Hunter World, but Genshin Impact stole me away from Monster Hunter. Otherwise, I probably would have had like 2,000 hours in World. But Genshin Impact, man, when that thing came out back in 2020 during the pandemic, I completely switched. I went all in on Genshin and just quit Monster Hunter World. But now with Wilds, it's like I quit Genshin. It's like I quit Genshin. I quit Genshin, went back to Monster Hunter. So it's like now I'm back in the Monster Hunter ecosystem outside of the gacha system. So it's really weird. It's like, whoa, it's like Monster Hunter had me, then Genshin stole me away from Monster Hunter, and now Monster Hunter Wilds came out and took me back. So it's like now I'm back in the Monster Hunter ecosystem. It's great. Like, wow. Oh, I didn't realize this stream is long. Okay, I guess we're at the end. Yeah, this stream has been really long. Anyway, we've kind of so Microsoft, to summarize Microsoft's situation, I don't know what, like, to me it's hard to read what the strategy is with Microsoft. Like, I can't predict when the next Microsoft console is going to come out. Like, I would assume Microsoft views PlayStation as a competitor. I don't think they consider Sony as the competitor. Like, obviously there's more than one. There's Steam, there's Nintendo, there's like all these handhelds that are not using Xbox branding. So it's like they have a lot of competition. So I have no idea what Microsoft's planning to do. I don't think it's a good idea to launch the Xbox right next to the PlayStation 6. And last time they did that. So Xbox and PS5 launched within the same quarter. And it was like, I think they were like a week or two apart. They were both in November. I think Xbox was earlier. Xbox was like 1 or 2 weeks before PlayStation 5 launched. And it was so bad, and there were so many scalpers. It was awful. Like, trying to buy one of those consoles, especially PlayStation 5, on launch date, which I managed to do, in the midst of the pandemic, was a terrible experience. It was a terrible experience buying PS5 on launch day. I really think these companies need to not launch next to each other. And they probably want to, because they're probably trying to outcompete each other in terms of sales numbers. But man, they probably would get more sales if they don't launch right next to each other. Same thing with computer hardware. Like, I don't understand why AMD... Now, I know NVIDIA moved their launch windows around from Pascal to Turing. NVIDIA swapped their launch cycle. They used to launch in the spring. Well, actually, that's not even true, because NVIDIA typically has always launched in like Q3. Like 9 series, so 900 Maxwell, 980, 970. That was like Q3 of 2014. Then they did Pascal in like spring of 2016. And then they tried to realign with Turing because they did 20 series in the Q3 of 2018. So the time between 10 series Pascal to 20 series Turing was a very long wait. That's the reason why 10 series feels like it was such an epic generation of NVIDIA GPUs, because it had such a long window there where they just didn't launch anything for an extra like 1 or 2 quarters, what it felt like. And then they were like, oh, they launched Turing, and then like everyone complained because it was like $1,200 for a 2080 Ti, and the performance was not that much better than the 1080 Ti. So, in fact, 2080 and 1080 Ti were like the same speed. So it was kind of like, you know, whatever. So people waited more than 2 years just to get this, and it's like 10 gigaarrays. I love gigaarrays, ray tracing, all that stuff, and that thing couldn't even do ray tracing above like 30 frames per second at 1440p. So it was, you know, whatever. Anyway, my point is, NVIDIA moved their launch around. AMD used to always launch on odd numbered years for their GPUs, and then they kind of like changed during the pandemic for some weird reason. Because you look at AMD. AMD launched R9 Fury X in 2015. Then they did Vega 2017. Then they did Radeon 7 and 5700 XT 2019. So AMD was always odd numbered year. NVIDIA was always even numbered year. NVIDIA had the 980 in 2014. They did Pascal 1080 in 2016 alongside Overwatch 1. Then they did 2080 in 2018. Then they did 3080 in 2020. So NVIDIA has always done the even numbered year. AMD has always been the odd numbered year. Then AMD's, for some weird reason, when the pandemic happened, AMD's like, oh, we're going to launch like right next to NVIDIA a few months after them. And it's like, oh, 6800 XT shows up with the PS5. And then in December, the 6900 XT showed up. Like, what is going on here? So, and then it's been like the same thing where it's like, okay, now NVIDIA and AMD launched on top of each other in the same year now, in the same 90-day window. And it's awful for Micro Center employees. I've asked Micro Center employees, like, do you guys like when there's new GPU launches? And people are like, no, not really, because it's awful, because it's like they have to come in super early and there's a crowd of people outside. You never know how they're going to behave and all this other stuff. And then also it happens so often in that 90-day window. We've got an NVIDIA launch. Okay, now we got an AMD launch. Okay, now we have another NVIDIA launch because now they're doing the 80. They do the 90. Now they do the 80. Now they do the 70. AMD, oh, they're doing the 900. Oh, they're doing the 800. So it's like, whoa, man, calm down. Stop launching all these stuff on top of each other. So yeah, both AMD and NVIDIA, I think AMD needs to change their launch, personally, because they're the ones who stepped on NVIDIA. But NVIDIA has kind of messed up their launch because they staggered their 50 series by like 1/4 this time. NVIDIA has done the thing that they did with 20 series this time. They realigned by like 1/4. Now, I don't know what they're going to do next year, because technically now NVIDIA has screwed up their launch cadence by doing what they did with 50 series. So maybe they stick to it and they make it a 2027 launch, which means next year the only thing you're going to see from NVIDIA is 50 series Super. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're going to do. They're going to do Supers one year and the next one the next. I don't know. NVIDIA probably is trying to realign something or whatever. And I don't know what AMD needs to just. They need to like chill out and not launch right next to NVIDIA for real. Like they need to stop doing that because it's dumb. It's really dumb. So, and AMD is the one to blame because AMD is the one that decided to move their launch window right up there next to NVIDIA's, because it wasn't always like that. But anyway, that is going to be it for this episode of Tech Thursdays. Somehow we started talking about GPUs again, even though I said to myself before the stream started I was not going to talk about GPUs. Okay, so for this weekend, for those that tune into the weekend gaming live stream, I am going to be streaming either. I'm trying to think here. I do need to finish Silent Hill F, and we are in the month of Halloween. In fact, we're almost in the second half of the month. We're actually in the second half of the month now that I'm looking at my calendar. So I will either stream Silent Hill F, or I will be doing more Monster Hunter Wilds, because people seem to like Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, but there is one other game that I need to go back and I need to cover something in there. Final Fantasy XIV. I need to go and do the new Deep Dungeon that came out with the patch 7.35 update from this past Tuesday, or was it last Tuesday? I can't remember. Anyway, it was whenever they added Arkveld. So last time we covered Arkveld, the Monster Hunter Wilds content in Final Fantasy. So I do want to do the Deep Dungeon and see what that's all about. So I might actually stream that now that I think about it. And then switch over to Silent Hill F. But I think other than that, so next week is the only remaining highly anticipated game on my list for 2025. And you guys know my list of games. I guess since we've got Pain open, I'll just type them out. So my anticipated games, Monster Hunter Wilds, that was February. So we've covered a lot of that game. What was my other one? Claire Obscure. This one was April of this year. Then we had Elden Ring. Oh yes, Elden Ring Night Rain. Lots of that. Elden Ring Night Rain, May 2025. So these are like, I'm just listing my top games that we covered this year. And then Death Stranding 2 on the Beach. That was June. So we covered that. That was the PlayStation 5 Pro. Played through that. Donkey Kong Bonanza was not one of my most anticipated, so we're going to skip over that one. That one was July. What was... Oh. Well, was there a game in August? I don't remember what... I thought there was a bunch of stuff in August. There was a ton of things in September, though. There was a ton of things in September. But the main one in September was Trails in the Sky. First chapter. That one was September of 2025. So that brings us to October. Ninja Gaiden 4. The last game on my list. The last game. The game that I have waited all year for is finally coming out. So expect to see a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of this in the next week. So this weekend is the rare weekend where there's like no anticipated game that I can play because it's not out yet. So, oh, Ghost of Yotei. I could go back and play more Ghost of Yotei. I don't know. Ghost of Yotei was not one of my most anticipated games. That's a good game, but that's not one of my most anticipated. I like Death Stranding 2 more than Ghost of Yotei out of the 2 PlayStation games that I played this year. Metroid Prime 4, I mean, that's not really on my list either. That's kind of like Donkey Kong Bonanza was never on my list. And Mario Kart World, but I mean, they're good. Pokemon ZA came out this week. I was supposed to get that game and I decided not to, so I don't have it. I don't know. Like, I got... the reason why I'm not buying any more Switch 2 games is because I got... what was that game? Final Fantasy Tactics. I got Final Fantasy Tactics. I bought that... I, like, pre-ordered the game, and I never even played it. I haven't even booted it up at all on the Switch 2, even though I bought the game. So it's like, well, I'm not buying any more Switch 2 games until... Yeah, I don't know. We got to play through Ninja Gaiden 4. So these are my anticipated games of this year. And Ninja Gaiden 4 is the last one on the list. So I guess other things that we can do on the week after Ninja Gaiden 4. So the Halloween week, Silent Hill F, Silent Hill 2, Remake. There's a remaster, I don't know. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Fatal Frame, Maiden of Black Water. Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar. I don't know if I'm gonna do this one because this one we already streamed like back in 2023. You know, I'm not gonna do that one. We're gonna skip that one. So I might play, in addition to Silent Hill F, I might stream a little bit of Silent Hill 2 Remake if you guys want to see more Silent Hill 2 Remake. Or we'll stream another game. Maybe I'll just stream this one and forget about Silent Hill 2. Unless you guys want to see Silent Hill 2. Who wants to see Silent Hill 2 Remake during like the Halloween weekend? When is that going to be? Oh, okay, that's like 2 weeks from now. Maybe next weekend, actually, if I finish Ninja Gaiden 4. So these are the ones that I was thinking. There was another one that I can't. Oh, so these are the games that I have that are like the quote unquote scary games. So Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, which we did stream already back in 2023 when it came out on PC. Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, Dead Space Remake. I guess I have Dead Space Remake, Silent Hill 2 Remake. This was from last year. This was from what, January of last year? I can't remember. And then this one, nah, this was January of 2023, I think. And then this was 2023 March or April, or what is this? April, May, somewhere around there. Next year, the best Fatal Frame game is coming out as a remaster, and that is probably my most. I know there's a Capcom, there's a Resident Evil game, Resident Evil Requiem, and Fatal Frame, Crimson Butterfly are coming out next year. Those games are gonna be fantastic if you like that style of game. Okay, but anyway, these are games that I will probably stream at least Silent Hill F. At the very least, Silent Hill F. Maybe Silent Hill 2. Oh, Resident Evil. That's right. Oh, yes. Resident Evil Village. Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 2 Remake. I could play those too. Those are the ones that I've got. I don't have Chronos. I don't really feel like going back to playing Hell Is Us. Hell Is Us, unfortunately. Man, there's some games that I don't regret buying Hell Is Us. I think it's a good game. I think the indie developers had a good idea. But unfortunately, Hell Is Us is one of those games that I will probably never finish. Unfortunately, I just don't think I'll have the time to finish it. I'd rather play Silent Hill F or any of these this month. And there's some other games too that I'll probably never finish. Lost Soul Aside is a game that I'll probably never finish. That game I actually regret buying. And then the other one, Wuchang Fallen Feathers. That one is not too bad, but that one I don't know. Like, I guess Wuchang came out and I was like, man, I'd rather play Night Rain than this. So I just went and played Night Rain more and more and more. And I'll probably never finish Wuchang because of that. So I kind of regret buying Wuchang and Lost Soul Aside. I would say I regret buying Lost Soul Aside more because I feel like that's a game that I just straight up will probably never even boot up again. It's like a poor man's Devil May Cry. Like, that's the only way I can think of describing it. It's like, if you want to play that kind of game, you're better off playing Devil May Cry 5 or the Devil May Cry collection, the HD collection. You know, because those games are way more entertaining, story-wise, character-wise, than Lost Soul Aside, and the action is better. Lost Soul Aside is, you can tell it's influenced by a lot of games, but Devil May Cry is the one that really stands out to me as a really big influence. But characters are boring, story seems boring, uninteresting. I'm just never play it, man. I'm just don't have any time. I'd rather play Ninja Gaiden 4. Ninja Gaiden 4 is coming. I already know it's gonna be way better than Lost Soul-Aside. So yeah, definitely Ninja Gaiden 4. Oh, one of the things I might do this weekend, now that I think about it, but probably not. I might actually play the Ninja Gaiden games, Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, and 3. Not two, well, maybe not 2 because I played 2 remake earlier this year. I don't know. Maybe not. There's like a low chance that I'll do that. I think most likely what you'll expect to see this weekend is the Final Fantasy XIV Deep Dungeon. Yes, I know. Final Fantasy XIV, an MMO, a live service game. When there's like all these other games that need to be finished, I'm going to end up playing that. It's either going to be that or like help people with Omega in Monster Hunter for the people who still need help getting the Omega Savage clears. So I might do that. I don't know. Like, we'll see. But anyway, that's going to be it for Tech Thursdays. That's kind of a look at what to expect for October. Next week is all Ninja Gaiden 4. This weekend is going to be like a mishmash, more than one game probably. And the following weekend will probably be Silent Hill F, trying to finish up that game. Because I haven't touched that game since you guys last saw me play it. Like, this game launched, I covered it like one time, and then went straight to Omega, or maybe it was Trails in the Sky. Yeah, I think it was Trails in the Sky. Yeah, it was Trails in the Sky. Like, I was playing Trails in the Sky, this game comes out and launches, I'm like, okay, I need to play some Silent Hill F to see what this is about. Played about, 4 hours, and then never touched it again. But I would rather play this in October than Hell Is Us, if that makes sense, or any of those other games that I mentioned earlier. Anyway, you guys, I'm gonna stop talking. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you guys this weekend, and if you don't tune in to the weekend live streams, that's totally fine, because those are more gaming oriented content. And if you're here for the technology, I will catch you guys next week on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I will see you guys then. Thanks.